welcome back to part 3 in my Heaven's Seal playthrough. In the last episode we have finally gotten some interesting new stuff. It was very noteworthy in my opinion. I was just confused by why it said fate. I guess it said fate because we are still not properly in the Heaven's Seal route. Still in the, well, supposed to be fate route, and then on the third day now we're going to transition into the Heaven's Seal stuff properly. So this is the third day. A lot of stuff that we already know if you have watched the other playthroughs or you have watched any of the anime adaptations before the Heaven's Seal route, and well, the usual stuff I guess. But we're gonna go through it for completionist's sake and for people who have not watched the other stuff, so we have somewhat of a red line to what's happening. Anyway, let's get this started. And we are back in a dream again. I'm in a fire. Houses crumble and people burn. No matter where I go, all I see is crimson. This is what I saw 10 years ago. It's a long forgotten memory of the past. I run through the scenery, recreating what happened. Oh, it's a nightmare, but there's no way to escape. Run and run. I keep running. Every time the scene ends, with me as a child running out of energy and getting rescued. I wake up, feeling wrong. A hand to my forehead tells me I'm sweating, even though it's winter. Oh, it's late. The clock reads past 6. I hear the soft sound of shopping from the kitchen. Sakura's early again. Really the time to be impressed by what an early riser she is. I need to hurry up and get ready so I can help her with breakfast.
Shiro, 今日どうするのよ? 土曜日だから午後はアルバイト?
Shiro, what are you going to do today? It's Saturday, so do you have work in the afternoon? No, not today. I might help Issei out. Why do you ask?
別に暇だったら道場の方に遊びに来てくんないかなって。私、今月ピンチなのだ。
Oh, no reason. I was hoping you could swing by the dojo if you had nothing to do. Because I'm kind of in a bind this month. Bind? Why?
お財布事情がピンチなの。誰かがお弁当作ってくれると嬉しいんだけどな。
My bank account is hurting, you see? It may be a huge help if someone made lunch for a while. Yeah, not happening. It's your mess. You can afford to miss a meal or two.
で、シロには期待してないもん。私が頼りにしてるのはさくらちゃんだけなんだから。ね、さくらちゃん。
I wasn't expecting anything from you, Shiro. The only person I can count on is Sakura. Right, Sakura?
はい。私と同じものでよろしければ用意しておきますね、先生。
Yes, if you don't mind having what I have, I can make you something.
オッケー。じゃあ今日は一緒にお昼を食べましょう。
Oh, good. And let's eat lunch together today. Breakfast goes smoothly. Today's menu includes the typical sides, and the main dish is braided lotus root, konnyaku and chicken. Braised lotus root, sorry. I was confused. What is lotus root? I never ate that. Not like I ate most of the stuff they are eating right now. Sakura probably didn't need to make such an elaborate dish for breakfast, but I'm guessing she made extra to pack for lunch. Sakura is a member of the Kyoto Club, and Fujine is the club's faculty advisor. Nobody would think it was weird for the two of them to have the same lunch.
そういえばシロ、今朝は遅かったけど何かあった？
Oh, by the way, Shiro, you woke up late today. Did something happen? Fujine looks my way as she sips her miso soup. As much as she just kind of out there most of the time, she's pretty sharp about this kind of thing. I had a dream about the past and woke up feeling crappy. That's it.
なんだ、いつものことか。なら安心かな。
Oh, so the usual. Nothing to worry about then. It's not an interesting topic for Fujine, so she shifts her conversation in another direction. The conversation doesn't bother me one bit. 10 years ago, I used to have nightmares a lot back when I couldn't shake the memory of that fire. But as time went on, those nightmares grew less and less frequent. And I've gotten to the point where the dreams don't bother me anymore. I've been told my nightmares were pretty bad back then though. Fujine was already with us by then, and she's been sensitive about changes in me since.
シロ、食欲はある？今朝に限ってないとかない？
Shiro, are you hungry at all? Your dream this morning hasn't affected you, has it? No, I'm fine. So quit using my dream as an excuse to try stealing my food.
シロが強くなってくれて嬉しいけど、もうちょっと繊細でいてくれた方がいいな、お姉ちゃんは。
Oh, I'm so happy to see you turned out to be such a strong boy. But I wish you'd be wound up a little more gentle. Right back at you. Since I'm basically your younger brother, I kind of wish you'd ended up more delicate and sweet yourself. We both huff and turn our heads away from each other. Seeing that as a sign that I'm fine, Fujine smiles in relief. Honestly, I appreciate her consideration. But I know she'll get an ego about it if I say it directly, so I pretend to get to grunt and protest instead. Sakura looks puzzled by our interaction. Oh, that's new. Because, as you know, if the writing is right, it's new stuff. Soon after Fujine leaves, I look up and Sakura and I leave as well. Sakura, what's wrong? You don't look good. Are you still feeling sick?
いえ、体の調子はいいです。先輩の方こそ大事はありませんか？今朝もどこか気分が悪そうでしたし、昨日の傷も悪化してるかもしれません。
Oh no, I'm feeling better. What about you? You didn't look well this morning. And the injury you had from yesterday might have gotten worse. Yesterday's injury? Oh, the bruise on my left hand. Well, the bruise hasn't changed much. My hand just swelled up, so I should get better soon. Sakura continues to stare at me, looking concerned. I'm fine, really, it's nothing. What's going on? You've been acting weird since yesterday, Sakura. This is just a bruise. Or is this your way of admitting it happened because you came in the middle of the night and stomped on my hand while I was sleeping?
先輩、私そんなに重くありません。 私はただ、その、
Senpai, I'm not that heavy. I was just... Well... Just what?
その、間違いだったら、いいって。
I just hope it's just my mistake. Huh? I don't get what Sakura's saying. Sakura might be quiet, but she generally speaks her mind. It's not like her to beat around the bush so much.
先輩、お願いがあるんですけど、いいですか？
Senpai, I would like to ask you a favor. Sure, as long as it is with something I can do. What's up?
はい。私、明日の夜までお手伝いに来られないんです。その間、できるだけ家の中にいてもらえませんか？
Well, can come help you tonight and tomorrow. So at least, for then, will you try to stay in your home as much as possible? Huh? Are you saying I need to skip work on Sunday too?
はい。できる限り家にいてほしいんです。私の用事が終わればお手伝いに来ますから。
Yes, I would like you to stay in your house as much as you can. I'll come back and help once I'm done with my errand. Well, I guess guess skipping one day of work wouldn't hurt. Okay, I'll just hang around the house all day over the weekend. Is that what you want, Sakura?
はい。そうしてもらえると助かります。
Yes, that would be a really big help. A bit of relaxation actually doesn't sound so bad. I've been working non-stop recently, so I have some extra funds right now. Maybe I clean out all the junk this weekend. No skippies. Back to the stuff we already know. Sakura heads to the club while I head to the school building. The schoolyard is filled with athletic club members training. This morning is practically brimming with enthusiastic energy. Something feels strange. Everything in the school is as usual. The students exercising for morning practice are lively, and the new school building is spotless. Maybe it's just my imagination. But when I close my eyes, the mood changes drastically. Building walls feel stained, like membranes have latched onto them, and the students themselves seem like empty dolls. Maybe I'm just tired. I shake my head to clear it and head onto campus. School ends early on Saturdays. Classes end in the morning, but by the time I finish helping Issei, the sun is starting to set. It's time to go home. Take my bag and leave the classroom. But then?
なんだ、まだ学校にいたんだ、エミヤ。
Hey, you're still here, Emir. I run into Shinji. A few girls behind him making a small commotion.
やることもないくせに、まだ残ってたの？ああ、そうか。また生徒会にごますってたわけね。いいね、エミヤは。部活なんてやんなくても内心稼げるんだからさ。
Can't believe you're still hanging around when you've got nothing to do. Oh, right, you're still kissing the student council's ass. Look at you. You get into the school's good graces even though you don't go to any clubs. I'm not helping the student council, I'm just helping the school by repairing old equipment since all is used. We all use it.
よく言うよ。エミヤに言わせれば、なんだって当たり前だからね。そういういい子ぶりが勘に触るって前に言わなかったっけ？
Listen to you. Anything is given according to Emiya. Did I really Did I ever tell you how much you piss me off? Don't remember. Probably wasn't listening if you did. You say that kind of stuff all the time.
そうかい。それじゃあ学校にあるものなら何でも直してくれるんだ、エミヤは。
I get it. So you're saying you fix anything as long as it's something that is in the school, huh? It's impossible to fix everything. Most I can do is to take care of things.
よし。なら頼まれてくれよ。うちの弓道場さ、今割と散らかってるんだよね。弦も巻いてないのが溜まってるし、安土の掃除もできてない。
Do me a favor. Our Kyoto club's kind of a mess right now. We have bowstrings lying around, and the range hasn't been cleaned recently.
暇ならさ、そっちの方もよろしくやってくれないかな。
If you've got time on your hands, can you take care of that too?
元弓道部員だろ。生徒会になんか尻尾振ってないで、たまには僕たちの役に立ってくれ。
You used to be in the Kyoto club, so shouldn't you be helping us too, instead of just kissing the student council's ass all the time?
ちょっと先輩、それって先輩が藤村先生に言われてたことじゃなかった？
What? Shinji, didn't Miss Fujimura tell you to do all that?
そうですよ。ちゃんとやっておかないと明日怒られますよ。
Yeah, you get in trouble if you don't do everything you were told.
でもさ、今から片付けしてたら店閉まるじゃん。そこの人がやってくれるんならそれでいいんじゃないの？
Yeah, but all the shops will close if you start cleaning up now. If that guy is offering, let's just let him do it.
悪いよ。それに部外者に後片付けなんかできるわけないし。
That's kind of mean. Plus an outsider can't possibly clean everything up.
そうでもないんじゃない？あの人元弓道部員だってシンジが言ってるしさ。任せちゃえばいいのよ。
That's not right. That might not be right. Shinji just said he's a former club member. Maybe we can let him do it. The girls behind Shinji are awfully chatty. They seem to be be Kyoto Club members, but since I don't recognize any of them, they must be the member Shinji recruited recently.
じゃあ、あとはよろしく。鍵の場所は変わってないから、勝手にやっといてよ。文句ないよね、エミヤ。
I'm counting on you then. The key's in the usual place. Should just go in whenever. You don't mind, right, Emiya? No, I don't mind. I've got some time on my hands, so it's no problem.
サンキュー。それじゃあ行こうぜみんな。つまんない雑用はあいつがやっといてくれるってさ。
Thanks. So let's go, everyone. This clown will do the boring chores for us.
待ってよ先輩。じゃああとはよろしくお願いしますね先輩。
Don't leave me behind, Shinji. Oh, good luck with the cleaning, senpai. Clean the Kyoto Club Kyoto Dojo without any problems since I'm familiar with it. It's a big room, so it took a while, but it was kind of a fun cleaning this place. I used to spend so much time in it until a year and a half ago. Midway through, I considered trying to shoot a bit, but I decided not to. It would be rude to the owner of a bow. If I want to shoot, all I have to do is bring my own bow and visit. I look at the time, and it's way past curfew. It's a little after 7, the school gate must be closed by now, so there's no need for me to rush out. No, but I look closely. I don't remember the dojo being so dirty before. There's dirt and grime all over the place, like behind the bow rest and the club room. Well, I guess another hour or two wouldn't make much of a difference at this point. I've already started, so I might as well clean every nook and cranny. The wind is starting to pick up. It's so cold, my cheeks are start to sting. The Yuki typically isn't cold at night during winter, but tonight certainly is an exception. My breath fogs the air with every exhale. No wonder, it's dark, darker than usual. Moon's hidden tonight. Look up and there's no light in the sky. The strong wind sent the clouds speeding across the night sky. Curfew is long past, and there's no sign of life in the empty school. Not so much as a sound can be heard on campus. And it seems to be covered with colder air than any place in town. I think I heard something. I do hear something. Is it coming from the schoolyard? At night, under the frosty sky. I guess I just got curious about the sound that broke the hushed silence. So I headed toward the sound to investigate. I go to the schoolyard. Is that people? It looks that way, at least from a distance. It's just so damn dark. I need to get closer if I want to find out more. The sound grows louder, more intense. I know that sound. It's clashing metal. It sounds like a fight. This is so stupid. What the hell am I thinking? I'm being stupid, obviously. Who would ever fight in a school courtyard with weapons like that? And then? It was probably a gut instinct that sensed the danger. Or maybe keeping out of sight as I approached was just a stroke of luck. Whatever the reason, I hid behind a tree big enough to conceal me and took a closer look at the source of the sound. There, my mind froze. What? I can't comprehend what I'm seeing. A man in red and a man in blue. The two of them are clad in armor so ancient it's several steps beyond old-fashioned. It's a ridiculous sight, but their rapid, deadly movements make clear that their fight is no joke. I don't understand. I can't even follow their movements, they're so too fast. Their movements look so surreal, my mind can't function properly. The sound of the clashing weapons is the only thing convincing me the two of them are actually fighting to the death. But there's one thing I'm sure about. They're not human. They have to be something else, in the guise of humans. My magecraft training isn't why I know this. Anyone could see that these two aren't human. To start, humans just can't move like that. Nobody should get involved with whatever that is. I can't feel their intent to kill, even from a distance. I'm going to die. My body instinctively knows before my brain kicks in that I just won't live if I stay here. My racing heart is proof of that. Since they are living things designed only to kill. No knife or blade would be a match for whatever they're wielding. They're clearly meant only to kill. I suddenly remember yesterday's murders. The family that fell victim is said to have been killed by a bladed weapon. Damn. I should stay and watch another second. Shouldn't stay. But I can't move a muscle. I can hardly breathe. My mind is telling me to flee. But something else tells me they'll find me the second I move. More than any internal conflict though, I'm just paralyzed. I'm more than 40 meters away from them, but I still imagine getting stabbed in the back with a spear. I can't breathe. The sounds stop. The two figures separate and stand facing each other. Just as I'm starting to feel a sense of relief that the fight is over, Another stronger sense of malice creeps over me. What? My heart feels like it's shriveled up in my chest. The numbness in my body turns to convulsions, and I clench my teeth in an effort to compose myself. Unbelievable. Who the hell is that guy? An nauseatingly high amount of magical energy flows into the man in blue. Kritsuko once demonstrated to me how to draw in magical energy from one's surroundings. It was a kind of magecraft so beautiful that it impressed even an apprentice mage like me. But this is different. The same way even a simple act of drinking water can look revolting if done excessively. The man in blue appears to be binge eating, a sight of so extreme that anyone with magic energy would find it repulsive. He's going to die. The man in red is dead meat. The attack will be infused with more magic energy than anyone could possibly defend against. He's going to die. That inhuman something in the guise of a man is going to die. But can I? Can I? Can I just let this happen? That question shakes me out of my paralysis. My body is suddenly free and I take a deep breath. Who's there? The man in blue glares in my direction. The man in blue crouches in a way that tells me one thing. I'm his new target. My legs are moving before I even have a thought of running. The rest of my body finally realizes it's time to flee for my life, and suddenly all my energy is being poured into doing exactly that. I don't remember where I ran for, or how I got there, but I am in the school building. Real genius here. I regret my own actions as a huff and puff. I should have run toward town. I've got to be the world's biggest idiot thinking I can escape by running into an empty building. A school full of places. There must have been another better place to hide. A school of all places. And what the hell convinced me I'd die if I didn't run to begin with? My chest burns from all the running. I turn around, but I don't sense anything pursuing me. The only sound is my own footsteps. I can finally stop. My feet can barely move another step. I gulp down lungfuls of air, trying to slow my heart down. And I breathe a sign of relief. I survived. What the hell was that? I try to recall what I just saw as I catch my breath. One thing's for sure, I definitely wasn't meant to see that. Things that looked human fighting in the schoolyard at night. It's all I can really remember. But I'd seen something else out of the corner of my eye. I think there was someone else. Can't remember what they looked like though. Honestly, I couldn't afford to look at anything other than the two figures locked in combat. But finally, guess our little game of hide and seek ends here, huh? The voice comes from right in front of me. Hey, you ran pretty far. I can't breathe. My mind goes blank. I can't think. But I know that I'm going to die.
逃げられないってのはお前自身が誰よりも分かってたんだろう。何？やられる側ってのは得てしてそういうもんだ。別に恥じることじゃない。
There's no way out of this. You get that, right? Don't worry. It's always like this when you're about to die. Nothing to be ashamed of. And with that, he raises his spear.
運が悪かったな、坊主。ま、見られたからには死んでくれや。
Sorry, kid. You're just unlucky today. But you saw what you saw, so you gotta die. No mercy, no compassion. The spear pierces my heart. didn't even have time to dodge. No training I ever did prepared me for this. I knew I was going to die. I knew the spear was going to impale me, but I couldn't move. The world distorts around me. My body grows cold. Numbness creeps from my fingertips into the rest of me. I cough up blood once. I felt like there should have been more, but it was just the one cough. That spear must have been special. My blood slows and grows stagnant. My heart just stops, all from a single strike out of that spear. I can't see anything. I don't feel anything. I'm like a jellyfish, floating in the dark sea at night. I stopped feeling pain long ago. The world has turned white. I'm the lone dark spot. So rather than being aware that I died, it just feels like everything around me has ceased to exist. I know this. I experienced the same thing 10 years ago. This is what dying feels like.
死人に口なしってな。弱い奴がくたばるのは当然といえば当然だが。
Dead men tell no tales. But the weak dying is just the order of things. My eyes can't focus.
まったく嫌な仕事をさせてくれる。このざまで英雄とは笑い草だ。
It's a dirty thing you just made me do. After what I just did, calling me a hero seems like a bad joke. I can only hear his voice.
分かっている。文句はないさ。女のサーバントは見たんだ。おとなしく戻ってやるよ。
I know, I'm not complaining. At least I saw the girl's servant, so I head back. He sounds so irritated. Afterwards, I hear footsteps fading down the hallway.
アーチャーか。蹴りをつけておきたいところだが、マスターの方針を破るわけにもいくまい。まったく、いけすかねえマスターだこと。
Archer, huh? I want to settle the score, but I'm in no position to ruin my master's plans. Damn, my master's a nasty one. The boy suddenly disappears. He must have jumped out the window. Afterwards, the footsteps I hear earlier stop. There's an awkward silence. Then footsteps again. I can't hear that well anymore.
追ってアーチャー。ランサーはマスターのところに戻るはず。せめて相手の顔ぐらい把握しないと。
Go after him, Archer. Lancer will probably go back to his master. We need to at least find out what his master looks like. I don't know who's talking. I muster up all my concentration as my mind fades, but I still can't put my finger on it. All I can hear now is the sound of my breathing. My lungs must still be functioning. I hear a loud whistling sound coming from my mouth, like a passing typhoon.
その割にはまだ死んでないってのはすごいな。
I'm impressed he's not dead yet. I sense somebody peering into my face. My breathing must be loud, as the person reaches their finger out to try to close my mouth.
やめてよね。なんだってあんたが。
Stop, seriously? Why does it have to be you? However it is, they grit their teeth, seeming troubled. The moment I hear the sound, the person touches me without hesitation.
破損した臓器を寄贈して代用。その間に心臓一つ丸々修復か。こんなの成功したら時計塔に一発合格ってレベルじゃない。
Watching and replacing an entire heart. Honestly, if this works, I should be a shoo-in for the clock tower. Voice sounds distressed, but at that moment, my fading consciousness finally flickers to nothing. Sensation returns to my body. Slowly, little by little, my bodily functions return, like dewdrops trickling down a leaf. Drip, drip. What's going on? The person hovering over me is sweating, intensely focusing on where their hands are pressed against my chest. The next thing I know, the palm over my chest grows extremely hot. It's so hot, my corpse jolts and my cold, stagnant blood starts to flow again. I sense the person take a deep breath and sit down.
疲れた。
I'm beat. Think, I hear something fall.
まあ仕方ないか。ごめんなさい、父さん。あなたの娘はとんでもなく薄情者です。
Well, I guess I couldn't help it. Forgive me, father. Your daughter is just an extremely heartless person. That was it. The person mocks themselves and leaves. My heart resumes beating. And then I finally pass out. But it's not the everlasting sleep I expected. I fall into the slumber, bound to wake again. I wake suddenly. I feel sick and my entire body aches. Every time my heart beats, a sharp pain stabs my head. What happened? My intense headache prevents me from remembering anything. My body is cold and stiff, likely because I've been sleeping in the hallway for a long time. The only thing I can figure out is that the chest area of my uniform is torn, and my blood stains the whole floor. My head feels hazy as I get up. The spot where I've been lying looks like a murder scene. Damn, seriously? Was my chest stabbed? I fight on a surge of nausea as I head into the nearby classroom. Staggering, I open a closet and pull out a rag and bucket. What the hell am I doing? I'm still confused. I have encountered something unbelievable when it murdered me, but here I am, still trying to clean up after myself. How stupid can I be? Damn, it's not coming out. I wipe at the floor with a rag I found. I managed to wipe off the blood, despite the incredible weakness in my whole body, and gather up everything scattered around the floor and shove it into my pockets. This may be my way of hiding any evidence. I must be doing something stupid stuff because my head is all hazy. Put the rag and bucket away. Stagger out of the school like a zombie. My body heats up with every step I take. It's so cold outside, yet my body seems to be on fire. By the time I reach my house, the date has changed. There's nobody in the house. Sakura and even Fujini left long ago. I collapse onto the floor. Lying on the floor is what lets me finally calm down a bit. I inhale deeply. My heart feels like it cracks every time my chest expands to draw in air. Actually, it's the opposite. It's not that my heart is cracking. The hole in my heart was just patched up, so expanding my chest opens the wound. So I really was almost killed. It's also not true. I wasn't almost killed. I was killed. But someone saved me, and now I'm alive. I wonder who it was. I would really like to thank them. If they were in the area, it means they could be involved with the people fighting. But it still doesn't change the fact that they saved me. I need to thank them properly one day. The moment I drop my guard, the pain returns. The same time, nausea strikes me. I sit up to hold the nausea at bay. I place my hand on my bare chest, where the uniform is torn. I might have been saved, but my chest was, a matter of fact, pierced. That feeling, the agony of a spear tip piercing my chest, isn't something I can easily forget. Damn, I'm going to have nightmares about this for a while. When I close my eyes, I feel the spear thrust again. I try to shake that delusion off, and I make every effort to regain my composure. Good, I'm calming down. This must be thanks to my nightly training. My thoughts clear as I take slow, deep breaths. The fever and nausea abate a bit. So, about what happened? The man in blue and the man in red. They looked human, but I know they're not. They could have been ghosts of some kind, but I never heard of ghosts having forms that allow them to interact with humans like that. And the thing was talking, which makes it a little harder to believe it was a ghost, if it had a will of its own. From what I've heard, there are only spirits that possess physical bodies, other elemental types. But I thought elementals didn't look human. Well, that's not the issue here. There are more fundamental issues. Those two were trying to kill each other. And there was a robbery and a murder at a house nearby. Eerie stuff like that has been plaguing Fuyuki lately. With all of this in mind, the only conclusion I can come to is that the situation is out of my control. If only the old man was still alive right now. Guess that was kind of whiny. But I put it down to the patched up chest wound that still feels so raw. Idiot. I've already decided to do whatever I can, even if I don't understand what's going on. I can't complain later. First of all, I need to decide whether I should get involved or not. The bell on the roof on the house rings. No matter what anyone says, this house is still a mage's house. A bounded field is set around it, and if there's ever an intruder in the area, an alarm rings. A burglar? At this hour? I berate myself for my own idiocy. Of course it's not a burglar. Given the timing right after that weird incident. There's definitely an intruder. It's no burglar, it's an assassin. They're here to take my life, not property. Because that man said so himself. You saw what you saw. You gotta die. The house is dead silent. The same murderous intent I felt at school creeps closer through the hushed darkness. I go up. A chill prickle like needles along my spine. Prickle like needles. It's no illusion, and it's not my imagination. I know that the moment I leave this room, I'll be stabbed again. I desperately try to contain my scream. The instant I scream, the assassin will just leap right in and kill me. That would be a repeat of what happened before. I'm not prepared, and I'm going to be impaled again. My breathing grows labored as soon as that thought crosses my mind. I'm mad. I'm mad at myself for being afraid, and I'm mad that I have put myself in a situation where I so easily lose my life after what saved earlier this same day. I grit my teeth and hold my hand tight over my wounded chest to restrain myself. I need to get used to this. This is the second time. This is the second time I'm about to die. That alone motivates me not to die, so pathetically at least as last time. Am I not a mage after all? And if I can't even defend myself from this, what are my 8 years for training for? Fine, bring it on. I'm not going to agonize over complicated things anymore. Right now, I just need to drive away whoever's here. I need to find a weapon. I may call myself a mage, but the only thing I can do is reinforce something that might work as a weapon. You need a weapon to fight after all. There's plenty of things that might work as a weapon in the storehouse, but I'm nowhere anywhere near there. If I leave the living room and get ambushed, I'm just going to expose myself, and it will be a repeat of what happened earlier. It won't be easy, but I've got to find a weapon here. Something long and thin would be good. My opponent's weapon of choice is a spear, so a knife would be all but useless. A wooden sword would be best, but I obviously don't have one just lying around. Something around here that might be suitable as a weapon. Oh, there's only the poster Fujini left. I can't help but feel utterly dejected, but the desperation makes me all the more determined. The situation is so bad, it can't really get any worse. When all that's left for me to do is to move forward until I have no energy left. Trace on. I speak my incantation and inject magic energy into the rolled up 60 centimeter poster. I try to imbue as much magical energy as I possibly can into the poster to solidify it, since it needs to work as a weapon, to go up against that spear. Composition. Analyze. I focus my consciousness. Magical energy permeates the poster, as if I'm staining its fiber with my own blood. Composition. Reinforce. I feel that I've hit the end. Right before magical energy spreads through the poster and spills out, I say, trace off. I cut off my connection with the poster. I tremble with excitement. The poster is hard as steel, but its weight remains the same as before. It's turned out great for a hastily improved sword. I did it! How long has it been since my strengthening magecraft succeeded? My magecraft hasn't worked ever since Kiritsuko died, and so for it to succeed at a time like this seems ironic. Either way, now I may be able to defend myself. At least I have some discipline in swordsmanship. I grip the poster with both my hands and stand in the middle of the living room. If I stay here, I'm dead. But I don't think I can make it outside the mansion either. So I just need to head into the shed and make a stronger weapon there. Just as I start trying to wipe myself up, every hair on my body stands on end. I'm not sure where he got it, when he got in, but the guy drops from the ceiling straight toward me. A silvery flash strikes my head from above. Silvery flash strikes. I can only assume he came through the ceiling, and he descends on me, meaning to skewer my head. Why you? I roll forward in a frantic dodge. The man lands with an inhuman grace as I clumsily roll out of the way. I stop myself quickly and get out to my feet, makeshift sword at the ready. The guy turns lazily, looking bored. You're making this whole thing kind of a pain. I was trying to be nice, thinking I'd heard a lot more if you saw me kill you. He shifts his spear to his other hand in a slow, fluent movement. I don't know why, but he doesn't seem as aggressive as he did at school, which might give me a chance at escaping him.
まったく一日に同じ人間を二度殺す羽目になるとはな。いつになろうと人の世は血生臭いということか。
I can't believe I have to kill the same human twice. Guess the living world is a meat grinder no matter the era. He's complaining to himself like I'm not even here. I slowly retreat back out of the room. Only 3 more meters until I reach the window. I run out when it's only about 20 meters to the shed once I reach the yard. And I should quickly...
じゃあな、今度こそ迷うなよ、坊主。
See ya, don't wander around anymore, kid. He says it almost absent-mindedly. Like it was just an afterthought. Pain chews up my right arm. It all happened in an instant. He thrust his spear toward me, not even giving me time to react. I should have died for a second time right there. The makeshift sword in my hand spared me that fate. He probably thought I'd just been holding a roll of paper. He struck it as if I hadn't been holding anything at all. But the reinforced paper sword deflected the attack, so it only grazed my arm.
ほう、変わった芸風だな、おい。
An interesting trick you've got there, boy. His expression has gone blank. His casual attitude from earlier vanished entirely. He watches me now, like a feral animal eyeing his prey. Its prey. Yep. I was clearly wrong, thinking this would be okay. This thing before me is some kind of demon, unbound by logic. I keenly realized that letting my guard down even for a second was beyond ludicrous. That's right. Desperate as things are, I should have just made a break for the window right after whatever miracle let me dodge the strike from above.
ただの坊主かと思ったが、なるほど。微弱だが魔力を感じる。心臓をうがたれて生きているってのはそういうことか。
I thought you were some kind of kid, but I can sense a bit of magical energy from you. So that's how you are alive, even after I stabbed you in the heart. The end of his spear points towards me. Can't block that. There's no way I'll be able to block that swift attack. I could have at least braced myself if I had a sword, no matter how fast he might have been. But he's holding a spear. A sword is a whole line, but a spear is only a point. How am I supposed to block a point when I can't even see how fast it moves?
いいぜ。少しは楽しめそうじゃないか。
Fine, I'm going to have a little fun. The man drops into a lower stance. In a flash. The spear swings in sideways. I instinctively parry the blow aimed at my face.
いい子だ。ほら次行くぞ。
Good boy. Come on, here comes another. It's a cyclone. I'm not sure how he's moving his spear in this small room, but it traces a beautiful arc without even touching the walls. The next swing comes from the opposite side, aiming at my torso. The force of the swing bends my makeshift sword as I try to parry. Monstrous. It's a hammer. Is it that a hammer he's swinging? Damn, the numbness in my arm is telling me that they might be broken. I instinctively swing my sword. He must be mocking me with the way he keeps flicking his spear at my sword without drawing back at all. Numbness creeps into my arms after going on the attack. The makeshift sword bends even more, and the man's spear changes trajectory slightly.
使えねえな。 機会をくれてやったのに無駄な真似しやがって。まあ魔術師に切り合いを望んでも仕方ねえんだろうが。
You're hopeless. I gave you an opportunity, but you wasted it. And again, I guess expecting a good fight from a mage isn't asking too much. Is asking too much. He moves like this is just a game. Such confidence. He's been letting me take swings at him after he took a couple shots at me. I wasted my one opportunity as nothing more than a stopgap. So he sees no point in continuing this.
拍子抜けだ。やはりすぐに死ねよ、坊主。
What a disappointment you turned out to be. Hey, time to die, kid. The man readies his spear again. Jump to conclusions? During that microscopic opening. Say what you want, dumbass. I don't turn back to look. I just leap backwards through the window. My back shatters the window and I roll out into the yard. I roll a few times, bringing upward and blindly make my next move. I twist my entire body and swing behind myself. I manage to bat the man's spear aside, and he hesitates for just an instant. I knew it. If I jumped out the window, I was going to have to chase after me. He was going to have to chase after me. And he would catch up to me and go in for the kill before I had the chance to get up. So I expected his fatal blow and swung my sword to the side with all my might. It was a risky move. He had killed me if he'd been a second late, and I'd have been just as dead if I was earlier too. But knowing the incredible gap in our skill, I figured there was no way I could have been early. The only thing I had to do was get up as quickly as I could and parry the attack I knew would be coming at my back. The gamble pays off and my swings deflects his spear. I quickly reposition myself. Now I just need to run out of the chat while he's still confused.
飛べ。
Fly. He's not holding the spear anymore now, and he's right in front of me. He turns on the spot in a roundhouse kick. Scenery goes by flying. My chest goes numb where he kicked me, so I can't breathe. The biggest surprise? I'm actually flying through the air. I never thought a guy kicking me would have sent me into the air like a damn bell. I fall hard onto my back. I slam into a wall, the impact likely breaking my back, and slide down to the ground. I can't breathe. My vision blurs. By a stroke of luck, he's thrown me into the shed I wanted to reach. I lean against the wall, trying to rouse myself. I try to take the man through my blurry eyes. He kicked me nearly 20 meters away. The guy picks his spear and then rushes against me. I'm going to die. There's nothing I can do now. He's going to reach me. If I don't want to die, I need to get up and parry his hit. The tip of his spear surges. I can't even look back at him. My body is on the verge of collapse, practically getting the spear. Reads the spear.
男だったらちゃんと立ってる。
Get on your feet if you're a man. What dumb luck. My knees give out. I can't hold myself up. The spear goes over my head and violently impales the shed's heavy door, pushing it open. And this is my last chance. If only I could get inside the shed. There should be nothing I can. There should be something I can use as a weapon. I crawl into the shed on all fours. Just
そ
when.
れこれでしまいだ。
This ends now. He launches a spear at me. Damn you. I block it. I open up the rolled up poster to create a single use shield. The impact makes a dull sound. The poster, unrolled, probably isn't as strong. It blocks the spear, but it tears apart, returning to a normal bit of paper. The spear impact flings me against the wall. I fall into my butt and try to get my heart beating again, after it feels like it's trying to quiet me. The moment I raise my hand to try to grab something to use as a weapon.
爪だ。今のは割と驚かされたぜ、坊主。
It's over. But that last move of yours surprised me, kid. The man points his spear in front of my chest. Can't do anything else now. The spear is pointed directly at my heart. I know this feeling. This is the same scent of death assailing my nostrils, reminding me of a pain I felt a few hours ago.
しかし、わからねえな。起点は効くくせに魔術はからっきしときた。筋はいいようだが、まだ若すぎたか。
Honestly, I don't get it. You're quick-witted, but your magecraft's completely shit. You've got potential, but maybe you were just too young. I don't hear the man's voice. My attention is forced onto a weapon pointed at me. Obviously, the moment he thrusts, I'm dead. What else is there to think of at this point?
もしやとは思うが、お前が7人目だったのかもな。
I doubt it, but maybe you were the seventh one.
ま、だとしても、これで終わりなんだが。
Either way, this is the end for you. His arm jerks. I wasn't able to see his movements earlier, but now I see every last one on slow motion. There's a bolt of silver lightning. The tip seems like it's been drawn towards my heart. Blood will gush from the wounds in just a second. I know this feeling. That sensation of iron piercing my body. The taste of blood that will well up in my throat. That feeling of the world around me is fading. I experienced all of it earlier today. And now I'm going to have to experience it again? Really? I don't understand why. Do I have to be the one who gets through this? This is bullshit. No. I can't die in vain in a place like this. I was saved. If I was saved, I just can't die like this. The spear is still going to impale me though. The tip of it will tear through my flesh, break my ribs, and bore into my heart. I'm mad. It shouldn't be so damn easy to kill people like this. I'm going to die, and it's bullshit. I'm going to die twice in a single goddamn day. Everything is fucking bullshit. I'm going to die, and I didn't even have the opportunity to be afraid for the whole time. No way in hell. I'm not going to let myself die senselessly. To the likes of you. Is absolutely the right word for this moment.
何?
Like magic. A figure appeared out of a bright light shining from behind me. I can't think. All I know that the figure is a girl. I hear a high-pitched sound. And then, the moment the figure appears, it pushes aside the spear, pressed to my heart, and steps between me and the man without missing a beat.
7人目のサーバントだと。
Are you freaking kidding me? The seventh servant? He tries to regain his composure after his spear is pushed aside as the girl brandishes something in her mind. Sparks fly. Hard metal clashes and sparks fly again. Man stomps his foot after blocking the woman's attack. Must have realized he is at a disadvantage because he leaps out of the stores with bestial agility. He must have intimidated him. She quietly turns towards me. Wind is strong today. Clouds slide away at the moon and the moon shines through for a brief instant. Silvery moonlight shines into the chat, illuminating the girl, who appears like a knight. I'm speechless, and it's not because I'm confused by all the things that just happened. The girl before me is astonishingly beautiful. I'm at a loss of words. The girl's eyes, like precious jewels, stare at me without emotion.
とう、あなたが私のマスターか。
I ask of you, are you my master? Her voice sounds so valiant. Master? I can only repeat her words back to her. I don't understand what she's saying, nor do I know who she is. All I know is that this slender, delicate-looking girl is similar to the man outside. She says nothing, continuing to look at me in silence. I don't know how to describe her. She's special. So special that I forgot entirely about the man outside, even though he might attack at any moment. Time seems to have stopped. Even the fear of death I felt moments ago vanishes. And there's only the girl standing before me.
サーバント・セーバー、召喚に従い参上した。
Servant, Saber, I've come in response to your
マ
summons.
スター、指示を。
Master, please give me your order. This is the second time she speaks. The moment I hear the word Master and the name Saber echoes my ears. Pain shoots through my left hand. It's hot, like it's branded by an iron. Inconspicuously, I press the back of my left hand. Taking that as a sign, the girl slightly nods her beautiful
こ
head.
れより我が剣はあなたと共にあり、あなたの運命は私と共にある。
Henceforth, my sword creates your destiny, and our fate shall be intertwined.
ここに契約は完了した。
Thus, our contract is formed. What contract? For what? I'm still a mage, training, so I understand what this word means. The girl doesn't respond to my question, she simply looks away with the same grace she'd been shown when she nodded. She turns towards the shed ruined door. Outside, the man readies his spear. Oh my god. Getting very late. But if I can go through this one day, we have the new stuff. It moves faster than I expected. Girl in knight's armor leaps out of a shed without any hesitation. What? I forgot about the pain I feel and get up and follow her. She can't possibly go up against that guy. No matter how heavily armored she is, she's smaller than I am. Stop! Echoing clang drowns out my words. But can't believe what I'm seeing. My head really does go blank at times like this. Who the hell is she? The clash of swords echoes around me. The moon slips behind the clouds, and the yard grows dark once again. And with the darkness spark flies, and steel strikes steel. Without saying a word, the spear-wielding man meets a girl who leaped from the shed. He parries his spear and knocks away his other successive attacks, driving him back with each attack. Can't believe it! This girl, Saber, is somehow overpowering the man. The battle has begun. What happened between the man and I earlier doesn't even count as a battle. A battle? That's a fight between two people, each able to kill each other. No matter the difference in ability. It can't be called a battle as long as both are able to kill each other. It can be called a battle. In this sense, these two are fighting a battle. The man attacks her, swinging his spear so quickly, I can't even see his strikes. Somehow. She parries his every attack perfectly, with something as she closes in on him. The man backs up slightly, clicking his tongue hatefully. He holds his spear vertically to ward off her attacks on her side. For a moment, his spear glows. His attacks almost look like it caused an explosion. The man's spear sparks as if electrified every time. Whatever weapon the girl is wielding strikes it. The man and I both could tell what it is. It's a furious magical energy so dense it can actually be seen. Her attacks are charged with incredible amounts of magical energy. The unbelievable amount of magical energy crackles along her opponent's weapon every time they make contact. The sheer force of her attacks must be staggering. If a man's spear strikes her precise, like a sniper rifle, like a sniper rifle, her blows must be like an overpowering blast of a shotgun. Each of the girl's attacks bathes the yard in flickering light, and yet that's not what's overpowering the man. Coward, why are you concealing your weapon? The man curses at the girl as he evades her unrelenting attacks. She doesn't respond other than to step up her attacks with her invisible weapon. Phew. The man retreats, having hardly so much as a chance to counterattack. The weapon is invisible. Without being able to determine the weapon's range, it'd be reckless to go on for a strike. That's the trouble with an invisible weapon. But she definitely got something in her hand. I can't make out anything of its shape or length. Maybe it's transparent to begin with. No matter how many times sparks fly from it, I never get a look at the weapon's profile. Parrying her strikes must be taking a lot out of the man. His movements aren't as sharp as they had been. It's the first sound the girl makes. She attacks all the more furiously. It's a merciless, unyielding dance of blades. The flying sparks remind me of a blacksmith striking iron, and the spear-wielding man continues to defend himself as he disapprovingly clicks his tongue. Disapprovingly. Honestly, I can't help but admire a man, even though he tried to kill me. He's able to defend himself from an invisible weapon, relying only on reading the girl's swings and footwork. But that's all he can do. When an opponent is so completely on defense, the only thing you need to do is beat him down. The girl steps in closer. She smashed down, striking with all her might. Don't get carried away, fool! Seeing a chance, the man disappears. Wherever he retreats back as if to disappear. The girl swings, cuts through the air, and smashes into the ground, kicking up dust. A massive swing, which seemed to be a fatal blow against the concerned spearman, proved easy to dodge. That fool. What the hell is she thinking? Even I could tell what happened at this distance. A carefully precise attack earlier may have worn the man down, but the tremendous swings meant to deal the finishing blow wouldn't ever touch him. The relentless attacks must have put incredible strain on the man's body as he tried to defend himself. Yet he suppressed that pain for a single moment to jump away. He knew that her last attack would determine the victor. The man jumps back several meters, then he comes into strike once again the moment his feet touch the ground. He jumps in a triangular pattern and leaps towards the girl as if to revisiting his steps. The girl's sword is still embedded in the ground. It's a fatal opening. The red spear returns in less than a second. The girl twists her body around like a top, but her sword is still embedded in the ground. The whole thing happened in a matter of seconds. The man sees his mistake and tries to correct, as the girl uses a brief moment to use her whole body to attack. Both of the man and the girl seem unsatisfied though. Both struck, intent to kill. Both survived, so everything leading to this moment was in vain. The two open a bit of distance between themselves. They both just quietly stare at each other. The strain the weather inflicted on them seems to be too much.
どうしたランサー
What's wrong, Lancer?
止まっていては僧兵の名が泣こう。そちらが来ないのなら私が行くが。
Would you tarnish the name of all warriors of the spear by just standing there? If you aren't going to attack, then I will.
わざわざ死にに来るか。それは構わんが、その前に一つだけ聞かせろ。
Running to your death already? Fine by me. But let me ask you one thing first.
貴様の宝具、それは剣か。
Is your noble phantasm a sword? He phrases his question so bluntly. He glares as if trying to look through her.
さあどうかな。
Who can say?
旋風かもしれぬし、双剣かもしれぬ。いや、もしや弓かもしれんぞ、ランサー。
It might be a battle axe, a spear, or a sword. Perhaps even a bow.
抜かせセイバ
Keep talking, Saber. Somehow, this conversation seems to be amusing him. The man called Lancer briefly lowers his spear. It looks as if he's saying he doesn't want to fight anymore. The girl seems puzzled by Lancer's move, but I know what his stance means. I remember the fight at the school a few hours ago. It's a killer move that was supposed to have ended the battle.
ついでにもう一つ聞くがな。お互い初見だしよ。ここらで分けって気はないか。
I'm going to ask you one more thing. Since this is the first time we've met, wanna call it even for now?
悪い話じゃないだろう。そら、あそこでほうけているお前のマスターは使い物にならんし、俺のマスターとて姿を晒せねえ大ふぬけときた。
Not a bad deal, right? Your master over there looks pretty useless. And my master is a big coward who won't even show his face.
ここはお互い万全の状態になるまで勝負を持ち越した方が好ましいんだが。
Don't you think it's been both best interests to hold off fighting until we are in better conditions?
断る。あなたはここで倒れろ、ランサー。
I refuse. You will die here, Lancer.
そうかよ。たく、こっちはもともと様子見が目的だったんだぜ。サーバントが出たとあっちゃ、長居する気はなかったんだが。
Is that so? Man, I just came here to check things out. I wasn't going to stick around once a servant appeared. The air wavers. The surroundings appear to distort. Lancer lowers his stance. A chill creeps into the air. The same thing happened earlier. Magical energy rumbles as if it forms a vortex at the tip of a spear.
ホーグ。
Noble phantasm. The girl readies her weapon and glares at her enemy. I don't need to speak up. She knows very well how dangerous the enemy is. She's the one confronting him.
じゃあな、その心臓、もらい受ける。
See ya, your heart is mine. The beast kicks the ground. Lancer appears in front of the girl so quickly he may as well have teleported. He takes a spear and aims it at her feet. Even to me, that seems like a poor choice. I can't see any way an attack would be effective with a spear pointed at the ground in front of her feet. Apparently thinking the same, the girl leaps over the spear toward Lancer and intent on striking him down. But at that moment,
ゲイ
his words along radiates immense magical energy alone.
ボルク
The spear, released from below, angles towards the girl's heart. Her body hangs in the air. The blow sends her flying in a wide arc. She smashed heavily into the ground. She's bleeding. She had been unscathed until now, but her heart is pierced, and she is bleeding profusely.
呪詛。いや、今のは因果の逆転か。
A curse? Or a reversal of fate? I'm just as bewildered. But watching from afar may have given me a better perspective on how bizarre the attack was. The spear had been aimed at her feet, I'm sure of that. But then it just changed direction, moving and stretching impossibly to pierce the girl's heart. And yet the spear itself neither stretched nor changed direction. It seemed bizarrely as if a spear had been thrust into her chest from the beginning almost naturally. It wasn't as simple as the spear changing its trajectory and piercing the heart. The spear didn't change course, it altered truth itself to make that happen. The moment he spoke those words and released his spear, the intent of piercing her heart had been realized. Essentially, his attack reversed cause and effect. The result of the attack piercing the victim's heart is predetermined, so the spear's trajectory is merely an afterthought to establish a fact. It It's a demonic splinter that breaks through all defenses. The moment it determines the target, the spear pierces the heart every time it's used, without exception. How can anyone defend against such a completely insane attack? No matter what effort the target makes to evade, the spear will always pierce their heart, which makes it fatal. An accursed spear that always pierces the opponent when used. However, the girl evades by a hair's breadth. The spear did penetrate her, but it didn't hit anything vital. Her actions in evading the spear seemed even more impossible than the spear itself. The moment the spear was thrust, the girl turned and reversed direction with an incredible effort of will and strength, as if she knew what was going to happen. She was either incredibly lucky, or had just enough protection to dampen the spear's curse. Whatever it is, the girl manages to avoid a fatal blow, and so survives Lancer's ultimate attack. The girl tries to get her low-bad breathing under control, although she has been losing a lot of blood. Losing a lot of it. Blood stops seeping from her wound, and even the wound itself is closing up. So this is what a truly extraordinary person can do. I knew she wasn't normal, but she's more than outstanding. In terms of her skill in the fight against Lancer, in terms of an incredible amount of magical energy used for every attack, her body recovering on its own, she's obviously superior to Lancer. But that's only up until now. She may be healing even now, but her wounds are deep. If Lancer attacks now, she won't be able to defend herself. And yet, even though he's at an overwhelming advantage, Lancer doesn't move. He audibly grinds his teeth, and he glares at the girl. How the hell did you evade my fatal Gayborg, Saber? His voice seems to rumble up from the ground itself.
ゲイボルク。近江はアイルランドの光の巫女か。
Did you say Gayborg? So, you're Ireland's child of light? Lancer's expression darkens. His hostility dissipates, and he clicks his tongue in annoyance.
ドジったぜ。こいつを出すからには必殺でなけりゃやばいってのにな。まったく有名すぎるのも考えものだ。
Damn, I screwed up. If I pull this move out, it's really gotta be fatal. Sometimes being famous is a bit pain, you know? The oppressive mood lightens. Lancer no longer seems to have any intent of attacking the wounded girl. He turns his back as he walks to the corner of a yard.
己の正体を知られた以上、どちらかが消えるまでやり合うのがサーバントのセオリーだが、あいにくうちの雇い主は臆病者でな。槍が交わされたのなら帰ってこい、なんて抜かしやがる。
Now that my identity has been revealed, the usual servant rule says we should fight to the death. But like I said, my master is a coward, even telling me to retreat since my spear failed.
逃げるのか、ランサー。
You are running away, Lancer?
ああ、追ってくるのなら構わんぞ、セイバー。
Yeah, follow if you like, Saber.
ただし、その時は決死の覚悟を抱いてこい。
Just know that if you do, I'll kill you. He lightly bounces off the ground. It's a wonder how agile he can still be, but Lancer jumps effortlessly over the fence and disappears before anyone can stop him.
待て、ランサー。
Wait, Lancer! The injured young girl turns and starts running in pursuit. You've gotta be kidding me! I cross the yard as fast as I can. If I don't stop her, she'll go after him and maybe get herself killed. It turns out I don't need to chase after her. She tries to jump over a wall, but the moment she crouches to jump, she doubles over and grabs her chest. Hurry over to check on her. Well, I'd intended to just approach her and call out to her, but that went right out of the window the moment I got near her. She's completely unbelievable. Shining silver armor she wears looks extremely heavy. Clothing she's wearing, dated as it is a bright vivid blue. I've never seen anything like that. No, clothes are not what really enthralls me. She's absolutely beautiful. Golden hair, illuminated by the moonlight, is extremely fine, as spun gold. Her face is graceful with a trace of innocence, and her smooth white skin all but glows in the moonlight. I'm speechless. Her beauty completely takes my breath away. What just happened? Seeing a girl wounded in a fight made me absolutely furious. As I stand there gawking, the girl remains silent, her hand clamped over her chest. I manage to quit staring pretty quickly. She lifts her head and lets her hand fall from her chest, her pain seeming to have eased. She looks directly at me. I don't know quite how to respond to that gaze, but then I notice something. Your wound's gone. The spear missed her heart, but it did pierce her chest. Yet there's no outward sign of a wound. I thought it was a kind of healing magecraft, but she didn't seem to use anything like that. It must mean she can heal herself no matter how wounded she is. My mind switches gears. I shouldn't be gawking at her. This girl is unbelievable, and I absolutely should not let my guard down around her until I know who she is and what she's going on. Who the hell are you? I take half a step back as I ask a question.
何者も何もセーバーのサーバントです。
What do you mean? I'm Saber, a servant.
あなたが私を呼び出したのですから確認をするまでもないでしょう。
You're the one who called me here, so you needn't ask. Saber? Servant?
はい。ですから私のことはセーバーと。
Yes, so please address me as Saber. She says it so casually. There's a touch of contempt in her tone. It remains mostly gentle, and hearing her voice makes my head go blank. What? Why the hell am I getting agitated? I see. That's a weird name. I cover my burning face with a hand and respond stupidly, but I honestly don't know what else to say. Besides, how else would she respond when I just ask her what the hell she is? And it'd be rude for me not to respond. I'm Shiro. My name is Shiro Emiya and I live here. There's something wrong with me. I'm saying the dumbest things. But well, she did give me her name, so it's only polite that I give mine. I know I'm confused, but it's still important to remain rational, no matter who I'm dealing with. Girl, Saber just keeps watching me in my confusion. He moves not an inch. Forget all that. That's not what I was asking. It's that.
分かっています。あなたは正規のマスターではないのですね。
I know very well that you are not a typical master. Huh?
しかし、それでもあなたは私のマスターです。契約を交わした以上、あなたを裏切りはしない。そのように警戒する必要はありません。
But you are still my master. As long as we have formed a contract, I will not betray you. You need not to be on guard around me. Crap. I hear her, but I couldn't be more lost. Only thing standing out to me is that she keeps referring to me as master. You've got it wrong. My name is not master.
それでは素人。ええ、私としてはこの発音の方が好ましい。
Very well. And I will call you Shiro. Yes, I like that better. The moment she said my name, I thought my face might actually burst into flames. Isn't it a bit more normal to call someone by their last name when you first meet? Wait, why would you choose to address me that? Ouch. A strange sensation tingles through my left hand. It's hot. The back of my hand is burning. A strange pattern appears on the back of my left hand, like a tattoo.
それは霊樹と呼ばれるものです、シロ。
Those are called commands, well, Shiro.
私たちサーバントを律する3つの命令権であり、マスターとしての命でもある。むやみな使用は避けるように。
They are the three spells which command the servant's obedience. They are master's very life. So please, use them carefully. On you?
シロ、傷の治療を。
Shiro, please hear me. The tone is cold now. It seems she's not focused on me, but something elsewhere. Wait, are you asking me? Sorry, but I don't know how to use complicated magecraft like that. And you are already healed anyway. Saber frowns. I feel like I've said something that disappoints her.
ではこのままで臨みます。自動修復は外面を覆っただけですが、あと一度の戦闘ならば支障はないでしょう。
Then I shall face them as is. My regeneration has only repaired the superficial damage. One more battle shouldn't affect me. One more battle? What do you mean?
外の敵は2人。この程度の重圧なら数秒で倒し得る相手です。
There are two enemies outside. From what I can sense, I'm sure I can defeat them in a few seconds. Oh, sorry for the little interruption. I had to sneeze and mute myself. Anyway, Saber leaps over the wall effortlessly. Just like Lancer, she makes it look easy. And now I'm just as alone in the yard. Enemies outside? I realize what she means as soon as I say it. Wait, are you going to keep fighting? I move without thinking. I run as fast as I can towards the gate. I reach the gate, unlock it with trembling fingers and jump out. Saber, are you here? I strain to see in the darkness. Clouds have completely obscured the moon, leaving it pitch dark. Now of all times. But I hear something nearby. Where? I run to an empty pathway. It all happens in an instant. I see a familiar man in red and Saber fighting. Saber rushes him and breaks through his guard in a single sweep. No skip. She easily cuts the man in red. I'm a bit confused because you can choose here between the unlimited blade works route and the fate stuff, the fate route. And yeah, it was confusing. Maybe because we've done the prerequisite stuff for the Heaven's Field route, we are not able to make that choice or something. But we are on the right path, so who cares? She easily cuts at the man in red. Saber raises her arm, ready to, but before she's able to take his head, incredibly powerful magecraft causes him to vanish. Saber doesn't stop. He dashes right at the person standing behind the man in red, and effortlessly negates the potent magecraft they had unleashed. What? I knew she was strong, but this is just unreal. It was a sort of intervention magecraft way beyond anything I'm capable of. My old man might have been able to cast something with a bit of weight to it, but I'm not sure even a first-rate mage could just cast something so powerful at the drop of a head like that. Even so, Saber nullifies the magecraft as if it were nothing. The enemy must be a mage, which means this match outcome is decided. Mage's attack doesn't work on Saber, and Saber drives at them mercilessly. The mage falls backward with a thud. The enemy miraculously dodges Saber's attack, but they can't move anymore. Saber corners the enemy and leaves her invisible sword at them. My mind freezes. Maybe it's a momentary glimmer of moonlight. But I see that when that Saber is attacking a human. I can't tell who it specifically, but the image of Saber killing someone, their blood staining her hand, suddenly fills my mind. Saber moves in. He's going to slit open their throat with that invisible sword. Saber, stop! I scream as loud as I can. The blade stops cold. It's probably best for my sanity that I can't see her sword. But the tip of that invisible sword isn't wet with her opponent's blood just yet. Stop, I beg you, Saber. I glare at her as I speak. If I'm going to stop her, I need to prepare myself to give everything I've got to do so.
なぜ止めるのです、シロ。彼女はアーチャーのマスターです。ここで仕留めておかなければ。
Why are you stopping me, Shiro? She's Archer's master. I must put an end to her, here and now. No, Saber. There's absolutely no intention of stopping. She only stopped because I told her to, but she still holds her sword at the ready. I'm telling you, wait. You keep calling me master, but I still don't understand what's going on. If you're going to address me that way, then wouldn't it be right to explain yourself first? Saber doesn't answer. She just stands there staring at me. You're going about this wrong, Saber. I don't even know who you are. I'll listen if you tell me, so please don't do this. Saber is silent. She still holds her sword to her opponent and stares at me, her lips downturned in dissatisfaction.
そんなこととはどのようなことか。
What do you mean, don't do this?
あなたはむやみに人を傷つけるな。などという理想論を挙げるのですか。
Is this an expression of your idealistic beliefs? People should not needlessly harm another? Huh? Don't needlessly harm another? Well, yeah, it's better to avoid conflict as much as possible, but I'm not so soft-hearted as to feel sorry for someone who is attacking me.
つまりあなたは敵であれ命を絶つなと言いたいのでしょ。そのような言葉には従いません。敵は倒すものです。それでもやめろというのであれば、令状を持って私を律しなさい。
So you're saying that nobody should take... Oopsie. Skip that.
つまりあなたは敵であれ命を絶つなと言いたいの
Sorry
でしょ
for that.
そのような言葉には従いません。敵は倒すものです。それでもやめろというのであれば、令状を持って私を律しなさい。
So you are saying that nobody should take the life of another, even should they be an enemy, correct? I will not obey such an order. One's enemy must be defeated. If you still wish to stop me, then use your command spells to order me. I'm talking about you. A girl shouldn't go swinging around swords around, especially if she's already hurt. Oh wait, I don't even know if it's a sword to begin with. Anyway, you shouldn't be doing this. In that moment, Saber's mouth folds open in stunned silence. I don't know how much time passes with her just standing there like that.
で、いつになったら剣を下げてくれるのかしらね、セイバーさんは。
So, I'm wondering when Saber here is going to lower her sword. The person who had fallen on the ground speaks up out of nowhere. Saber instinctively grips her sword.
諦めなさい。敵を前にして下げる剣はありません。
Give it up. I would never lower my sword in the face of an enemy.
あなたのマスターは下げろって言ってるのに。
Even though your master is telling you to.
へえ、セイバーとマロンサーバントが主に逆らうって言うんだ。
Is that so? I didn't know servants, especially sabers, defied their masters. Saber grits her teeth. But she lowers her sword, loosening her grip a bit. She must have put her sword away or something, because she seems suddenly much less hostile.
さ、なら立ってもいいのよね、私。
Okay, so I can stand upright, up now, right? Whoever it is that has been on the ground finally stands. Act brazen as they pat the dirt from her bottom. Wait a minute. That's... You're Tosaka!
ええ。こんばんは、エミヤくん。
Yes, good evening, Emiya. Rin Tosaka replies with the biggest smile on her face. This is unbelievable. I don't know what to think anymore. The way she greets me so casually makes me question whether everything that happened was even real. Well, so you were the one who cast the magecraft earlier, which makes you...
魔術師ってことでしょ。まあ、お互い似たようなもんだし、隠す必要もないわよね。
a mage. Well, they're pretty much the same. So I guess there's no sense in hiding it anymore. Hearing her to be so blunt about it makes me seem like an idiot here.
いいから話は中でしましょう。どうせ何も分かってないんでしょ、エミヤくんは。
Anyway, let's talk inside. I bet you have no clue what's going on, right, Emiya? As she says that, she walks towards the entrance to my house. Wait, Tosaka, what the hell are you thinking? At that moment, when Tosaka turns around, her smile changed into something completely different.
バカね、いろいろ考えてるわよ。だから話をしようって言ってるんじゃない。
Don't be silly. I'm thinking about a lot of things. And that's why I'm offering to talk.
エミヤくん、突然の事態に驚くのもいいけど、素直に認めないと命取りって時もあるのよ。ちなみに今がその時だと分かって。
Emiya, oh, you're surprised by all these things that just happened. Sometimes you just have to accept certain things, or you wind up dead. This is, by the way, one of those times. She glares at me, and I can't and I can't see actual animosity in her eyes.
分かればよろしい。それじゃあ行こっか。エミヤくんのお家にね。
I'm glad you understand. Now, let's get inside. Tosaka walks through the gate. She seems really pissed. Well, I don't blame her. Just a moment ago, she had a sword pointed at her, and she was about to die. But still, maybe it's my imagination, but I think the Tosaka at school and the one I see right now are completely different people. And this is just weird as hell. Rin Tosaka, the most popular girl in school, the girl I admire, is walking right in front of me, while a blonde girl named Saber, who calls herself a servant, is silently following behind me. The hallway feels like it's a different dimension. But I can't stay a coward forever. I may still be in training, but I'm still a mage. Tosaka, who is apparently a fellow mage, is as bold as brass. So I have to hold my ground to her, or else I look stupid. But I can't really think of anything as that significant here. Like Saber still following me. She keeps calling me master, and we have formed some sort of contract, which probably makes her some kind of familiar. I heard a familiar is an assistant mages use. Most mages transfer a part of their own body into something else and use it as their double. But typically they're small animals. Things like cats and dogs are just easier to control. Some mages do use humans, but to do that they need an incredible amount of magical energy to constantly feed into the human to control them. Doing that would require a mage to use over half of their own magical energy just to sustain their familiar though. So it's not exactly efficient. Familiars are supposed to be tools to help mages, which is why they usually use small animals who can be controlled with minimal effort and so aren't any burden. At least that's what I thought. That was I thought.
何かあるのですか、シオ。
Is something the matter, Shiro? No, nothing. Saber obviously looks human, and she is clearly superior to her master, that is me. I don't have enough magical energy to restrain someone, let alone the magic circuits to control familiars in the first place. Which means Saber is nothing like a familiar. She called herself a servant. I don't know what she is, but that man named Lancer and the man in red, Tosaka, is in tow, probably all the same. Which means Tosaka can be also called a master. I've already seen enough of her magecraft skills. I'm less than a fledgling, but based on what I've seen, Tosaka is probably worth 3 mages. Or there are really not much sense comparing any mage to someone like me, who can only do strengthening. What's clear is that Rin Tosaka is an exceptional mage. In spiritually strong lands, there are mage family lines which oversee a given area. The Emir family came during Kritsuku's generation, so our family is essentially outsiders. That's why I didn't know Tosaka came from a family of mages. And I don't think Tosaka knew I came from one either. There are several mages in this town I don't know about. If that Lancer guy is another mage familiar too. Mage is familiar too. It means I've gotten myself into the middle of some sort of fight between mages.
へえ、結構広いのね。和風っていうのも新鮮だな。
Wow, this place is roomier than I expected. And the Japanese styles with this room is unique.
エミヤ君、そこが今？
Oh, Emiya, is this a sitting room? I should really just stop thinking for now. Now's the time to pay attention to what Tosaka has to say. I turn on the lights. It's already past 1 in the morning.
寒っ。何よ、窓ガラス全開してるじゃない。
Wow, it's cold here. Hey, the windows are all broken. It's not my fault. The Lancer guy attacked me. I didn't really have time to worry about windows.
ああ、そういうこと。じゃあ、セイバーを呼び出すまで一人であいつとやり合ってたの？
I see. So you were fighting that guy all by yourself until you summoned Lancer, a saber? I'd say I was more of a punching bag than an opponent, really.
ふーん、変な見え張らないんだ。そっかそっか。ほんと見た目通りなんだ、エミヤ君って。
Oh, so you don't try to act all tough, huh? I see. They really are exactly as I thought. I don't know what's so amusing to her, but Tosaka walks over the broken window. Over to the broken window. Tosaka picks up a broken piece of glass. She stares at it for a second. She cuts her fingertip and lets a single drop of blood fall onto the window. Huh? What kind of magecraft is that? The shattered window begins to reassemble itself, returning to its original undamaged state in mere seconds. Tosaka, what did you just do?
ちょっとしたデモンストレーションよ。助けてもらったお礼にはならないけど、一応筋は通しておかないとね。
Just a little demonstration. It's not really a fit thank you for you, thank you for saving me back there. But I figure I should at least be gracious.
もう私がやらなくともそっちで直したんだろうけど、こんなの魔力の無駄遣いでしょ。本当なら窓ガラスなんて取り替えれば済むけど、こんな寒い中で話すのもなんだし。
Well, I'm sure you would have fixed it without my help, since doing this is just a waste of magical energy. I knew you could have just replaced the window, but I'd rather not talk in the cold. She says all of this, like it's a normal thing. The skills are just beyond my comprehension. It's amazing, Tosaka. I can't do anything like that. So I appreciate you fixing it.
できないってそんなことないでしょ。
What? You can do this? No, that can't be right.
ガラスの扱いなんて初歩の初歩だもの。たった数分前に割れたガラスの修復なんてどこの学派でも入門試験みたいなものでしょ。
Handling glass is one of the most basic skills. Fixing broken glass is like an entrance exam for any school. Is it now? I only know what my old man taught me, so I don't really know what you'd consider the basics.
は？
Osaka stops abruptly. Perhaps sounds like I said something I shouldn't have.
ちょっと待って。じゃあ何？エミヤ君は自分の工房の管理もできない半人前ってこと？
Wait a minute. Are you telling me you're not even a full-fledged mage? With his own workshop to manage? I don't have a workshop. Well, actually I have a shed I use for training. I think calling that a workshop would just make Tosaka angrier.
まさかとは思うけど確認しとく。もしかしてあなた、5大要素の扱いとかパスの作り方も知らない。
Wait, don't tell me you don't know how to handle the 5 great elements or make a magical path. I just not. Wow, it's terrifying. Beautiful as she is, she gets intense when she gets so quiet.
何？じゃああなた素人？
So what? You're a complete amateur? Do you exactly know can at least do some strengthening magecraft?
強化ってまたなんとも半端なのを使うのね。で、それ以外はからっきしってわけ？
Strengthen? Kind of useless skill if you ask me. So you don't know anything else? Osaka just stares at me. Honestly, probably not. The stare is so intense I can't help but to be vague about my answer.
はあ、なんだってこんなやつにセイバーが呼び出されるのよ。まったく。
I just don't get how the likes of him would wound up summoning Saber. Besides, disappointed. I don't much care for that. It's not like I've been playing around here. Sure, I'm not a full-fledged mage, but that's not the issue here.
まあいいわ。もう決まったことに不平をこぼしても始まらない。そんなことより今は借りを返さないと。
Fine. What's done is done, so there's no sense in complaining now. More importantly, I owe you and I need to pay you back. Osaka takes a deep breath.
それじゃあ話を始めるけど、
So, let's begin.
エミヤ君、自分がどんな立場にあるのか分かってないでしょ。
Let me start by asking, do you really not know anything about the position you're in? I nod.
やっぱり。まあ一目で分かったけど、一応確認しとかないとね。知ってる相手に説明するなんて心の贅肉だし。
I knew it. It was pretty obvious, but I just wanted to check. It would be a waste of time if I explained all of this to someone who knew everything, like a bit of extra mental flap. That was a really weird way to put that. I feel like if I get smart with her, she'll smack me.
率直に言うと、エミヤ君はマスターに選ばれたの。
Let's get straight to the point, Emir. You've been selected as a master.
どちらかの手に精魂があるでしょ。手の甲とか腕とか 個人差はあるけど3つの霊樹が刻まれているはず。それがマスターとしての証よ。
See those sacred marks on your hand? They vary from person to person, but they're typically on the back of your hand or arm, and there should be 3 strokes of command spells engraved there. You have a mark that proves that you are a master. Back of my hand? Oh, you mean this?
そう、それはサーバントを律する呪文でもあるから大切にね。霊樹って言うんだけど、それがある限りはサーバントを従えていられるわ。
Right. Take good care of it, since those are spells that control servants. They're called command spells, and as long as you have them, you can give orders to your servants. What do you mean, as long as I have them?
霊樹は絶対命令権なの。サーバントには自由意志があるって気づいていると思うけど、それをねじ曲げて絶対に言いつけを守らせる呪文がその刻印。
Command spells are absolute orders. You might have already figured out that servants have free will, but those engravings in your hand overrule will and force them to obey.
発動に呪文は必要なくて、あなたが霊樹を使用するって思えば発動するから。
There's no need to chant any kind of incantation. They're activated when you think about using them.
ただし、1回使うたびに1つずつ減っていくから、使うのなら2回だけにとどめなさい。
But each time you use one, you lose a stroke. So try to keep yourself to only using one.
で、その霊樹がなくなったら、エミヤ君は殺されるだろうから、せいぜい注意して。
Anyway, just be careful. I'm pretty sure you'll die the moment you run out of command spells. I'm going to die?
そうよ。マスターが他のマスターを倒すのが聖杯戦争の基本だから。そうして他の6人を倒したマスターには望みを叶える聖杯が与えられるの。
Yeah, Masters defeating Masters is pretty much how the Holy Grail War goes. And the Master who defeats the other 6 is rewarded with the Holy Grail. What? Hold on a second. I don't understand what the hell Tosaka is saying. Master defeating Masters? And when they are granted the Holy Grail? And is the Holy Grail the Holy Grail?
まだわからない。要するにね、あなたはあるゲームに巻き込まれたのよ。
You don't get it? Look, you've basically been dragged into a game.
聖杯戦争っていう7人のマスターの生存競争。他のマスターを一人残らず倒すまで終わらない魔術師同士の殺し合いに。
It's called the Holy Grail War, and it's a battle between 7 masters. It's a fight between mages that won't end until only one master remains. Tosaka talks about this like it's just the most normal thing in the world. Everything she says swirls around in my head. I was chosen as a master. Tosaka claims to be a master. The Familia is called servants, and a Holy Grail War, a battle to the death between 7 mages. Okay, wait, what the hell are you talking about?
気持ちはわかるけど、私は事実を口にするだけよ。
I understand your confusion, and I'm only telling you the truth here.
それにあなただって心の底では理解してるんじゃない？一度ならず二度までもサーバントに殺されかけて、自分はもう逃げられない立場なんだって。
And I'm sure you understand deep down that you are in no position to run away from all this, since you have nearly been killed by a servant, not once, but twice. That... true, that Lancer guy did nearly kill me.
あ、違うわね。殺されかけたんじゃなくて、殺されたんだっけ。よく生き返ったわね、エミヤ君。
Alright, you weren't almost killed. You were killed. I'm impressed you managed to come back from that. Osaka comments, comment is the final nail in the coffin. She's absolutely right. The guy killed me. I died. There was no chance for me to talk him out of it, nor convince him otherwise, and I was only there to die. That's why. Me backing out of his incomprehensible death match doesn't mean others will do the same.
納得した？ならもう少しだけ話をしてあげる。
Get it? Okay, I'm going to tell you a bit more.
聖杯戦争というのが何であるか私もよくは知らない。
I don't know why there's a Holy Grail War in the first place.
ただ何十年に一度7人のマスターが選ばれ、マスターにはそれぞれサーバントが与えられるってことだけは確かよ。
What I do know is that every few decades 7 masters are selected and they are given servants.
私もマスターに選ばれた一人。だからサーバントと契約したし、あなただってセーバーと契約した。
I'm also one of the chosen masters. That's why I formed a contract with a servant and you formed one with Saber.
サーバントは聖杯戦争を勝ち残るために聖杯が与えた使い魔と考えなさい。
Think of a servant as a familiar given to you by the Holy Grail to use to win the Holy Grail War.
で、マスターである私たちは自分のサーバントと協力して他のマスターを始末していくわけね。
And as masters, we need to work with all servants to get rid of our other masters. Osaka explains things matter-of-factly, but it feels totally unreal to me. But one thing she mentioned raised the question. Wait, you say Saber is a familiar, but I don't think she is. Familiars are usually cats or birds. Sure, there are some folks who use ghosts. Saber is a physical body, but she doesn't look like a familiar to me. I glance over to Saber. She's been quiet the whole time. Saber looks completely human to me. I don't know who she is, but she looks to be a girl about the same age as me.
使い魔ね。まあサーバントはその分類ではあるけど位置づけは段違いよ。何しろそこにいる彼女はね、使い魔としては最強とされるゴーストライナーなんだから。
A familiar, well, servants might be in that category, but they are on a different level. See, that girl over there is a ghost liner, considered to be one of the strongest of all familiars. A ghost liner? So does it mean she really is a ghost? The spirit of a human, someone who died long ago. The residual thoughts of a person of exceptional ability who remains in this world even after their death. But that doesn't make sense. Ghosts don't possess physical bodies. Ghosts can only be hurt by other ghosts. I'm just thinking about that. What that word liner. Just reminds me of a spin-off show with Ilya. What's it called? Kate Ilya, Prisma Ilya, Khalid Liner or something. I love it show. It's so silly. So how could I, who possesses a body, be killed by a spirit?
幽霊。似たようなものだけど、そんなもんと一緒にしたらセイバーに殺されるわよ。
Ghost? Well, they're similar, but Saber will kill you if you keep thinking like that.
サーバントは受肉した過去の英雄。精霊に近い人間以上の存在なんだから。
Servants are incarnated heroes of a past, so they're kind of spirits well beyond humans. Huh? Incarnated heroes of a past?
そうよ。過去だろうが現代だろうが、とにかく死亡した伝説上の英雄をこう引っ張ってきてね、実体化させるのよ。
That's right. Whether they're from history or the modern world, these spirits of dead legendary heroes are summoned and materialized here.
呼び出すまでがマスターの役割で、後の実体化は聖杯がしてくれるんだけどね。
Well, the role of a master is just to summon them, and the Holy Grail is what helps them to materialization.
魂を形にするなんてのは、一介の魔術師には不可能だもの。ここは強力なアーティファクトの力におんぶしてもらうってわけ。
There's no way a mere mage could give spirit form, so we need to rely on a powerful artifact. Wait a minute, are you saying that a hero from a past is... what? I look at Saber. So she's a hero from the past too? Well, sure, nobody in the modern era would dress like her, but still. That's impossible. I've never heard of magecraft like that.
当然よ。これは魔術じゃないもの。あくまで聖杯による現象と考えなさい。そうでなければ、魂を再現して固定化するなんてできるはずがない。
Of course not. This isn't magecraft, just think of this as a phenomenon brought by the Holy Grail. Otherwise, there's no way a soul could be recreate and be actualized. A recreation of a soul? Does it mean the servants are different than phantoms?
違うわ。人間であれ動物であれ機械であれ、偉大な功績を残すと輪廻の輪から外されて、一段階上に昇華するって話、聞いたことない？
Nope. Once something, whether that be humans or animal, or even machinery, achieves something great, they are removed from a cycle of reincarnation and sublimed into something with a higher rank. Didn't you even learn about that?
英霊っていうのはそういう連中よ。
That's what heroic spirits are.
要するに崇め立て祀られて疑似的な神様になった者たちなんでしょうね。
Put another way, they're kind of like pseudo-gods, who are all worshipped in some way or another.
高霊術とか口寄せとか、そういう一般的な霊を扱う魔術は、彼らの力の一部を借り受けて奇跡を起こすでしょ。
Seances, mediums, and other common magecraft that deals with spirits just borrow some of the spirit's power to perform miracles.
けど、このサーバントっていうのは、英霊本体を直接連れてきて使い魔にする。
But servants are heroic spirits themselves, used as familiars.
だから、基本的には霊体としてそばにいるけど、必要とあれば実体化させて戦わせられるってわけ。
That's why they are typically accompanied in spirit form, but materialize when it's time to fight and if they're needed. So we can switch between spirit form and being corporal? I don't see your servant right now, so does it mean he is in spirit form right now?
いえ、あいつはうちの召喚人で傷を癒している最中よ。
No, he's healing his wounds in my compound summoning circle right now.
さっきセイバーにやられたでしょ。あれだって、あと少し強制撤去が遅かったら、一撃で消滅してたわ。
Remember, Saber wounded him earlier. If I'd made him withdraw even a heartbeat later, that blow would have annihilated him.
いい？サーバントを倒せるのは同じ霊体であるサーバントだけ。そりゃ相手が実体化していればこっちの攻撃も当たるから、うまくすれば倒せるかもしれない。
Listen, only servants in spirit form can defeat other servants in spirit form. We can attack them when they are materialized, so we might be able to defeat them like that.
けど、サーバントはみんな怪物じみてるでしょ。だから怪物の相手は怪物に任せて、マスターは後方支援をするっていうのがセオリーね。
But you've noticed all the servants are mostly monstrously strong, right? That's why we should leave the monsters to deal with the monsters, while masters hang back and serve as support. Osaka explanation ticks me off. I don't know what the other servants are like, but calling servants monsters doesn't feel fair. A fair description of Saber.
とにかく、マスターになった人間は 召喚したサーバントを使って他のマスターを倒さなければならない。
Anyway, humans who become masters use a summoned servant to defeat the other masters.
そのあたりは理解できた？
Did you at least get that much? In theory, yeah, but I'm not convinced. First of all, what kind of sick mind thought to do this in the first place?
それは私が知るべきことでもないし、答えてあげることでもない。そのあたりはいずれちゃんと聖杯戦争を監督しているやつに聞きなさい。
That I don't know. Nor could I answer, even if I did. That sort of question should go to the person overseeing the Holy Grey War.
私が教えてあげられるのはね、あなたはもう戦うしかなくて、サーバントは強力な使い魔だからうまく使えってことだけよ。
The only thing I can tell you is that you really don't have any choice but to fight, and to use the servant well, because they're powerful. As Sasaka says that, she turns to Saber.
さて、エミヤ君から話を聞いた限りじゃ、あなたは不完全な状態みたいね、セイバー。マスターとしての心得がない、魔術師見習いに呼び出されたんだから。
Saber, after talking to Emiya, it looks like you're not in your complete form. You're incomplete since you were summoned by an apprentice mage who had no idea what it means to be a master.
ええ、あなたの言う通り、私は万全ではありません。
Yes, you're correct, but I'm not in my complete form.
シローには私を実体化させる魔力がないため、霊体に戻ることも、魔力の回復も難しいでしょう。
Shiro does not have enough magic energy to fully materialize me, which means reverting to spiritual form and replenishing magic energy are difficult.
驚いたわ。そこまでひどかったこともだけど、あなたが正直に話してくれるなんて思わなかった。どうやって弱みを聞き出そうかなって程度だったのに。
I'm surprised. Your situation worse than I expected, and I didn't think you'd be so honest with me about it. I was actually just kind of subtle about trying to find out your weakness.
敵に弱点を見抜かれるのは不本意ですが、あなたの目は欺けそうにない。こちらの手札を隠しても意味はないでしょう。
I'm reluctant to reveal my weakness to an enemy, but I also don't think I can deceive you. There's no point in hiding our situation from you.
それならばあなたに知ってもらうことで、シローにより深く現状を理解してもらった方がいい。
As such, we are better off if you know our circumstances and give Shiro a better understanding of her surroundings.
正解。風格も十分と。もう、ますます惜しい。私がセイバーのマスターだったら、こんな戦い勝ったも同然だったのに。
Exactly. How very insightful of you. I still can't believe it. If only I was Saber's master, I would have as good as won this thing. Tosaka, are you saying I'm not fit to be her master?
当然でしょ、ヘッポコ。
Obviously not. You freaking sham. Well, anyone with a heart might have softened that blow a bit.
何？まだなんか質問があるの？
What? Do you have more questions? But she doesn't realize how hurtful her words are. My image of her as a perfect honor student at school slowly crumbles. Issei was right about her. She fiendishly is relentless.
さて、話がまとまったところで、そろそろ行きましょうか。
Okay, now that we're in a good spot, let's get going. Tosaka announces this curtly, whatever. But it's kinda weird. What? Go where?
だから、あなたが巻き込まれたこのゲーム、聖杯戦争をよく知っているやつに会いに行くの。エミヤ君、聖杯戦争の理由について知りたいんでしょ？
I told you, we're going to see the guy who knows all about the game. The Holy Grey War is you got roped into. You want to know why it happened, right? Yeah, of course. But where are we going? It's already late, and it's too far away. If it's too far away.
大丈夫。隣町だから急げば夜明けまでには帰ってこれるわ。それに明日は日曜なんだから別に夜更かししてもいいじゃない。
It's fine. He's just in the next town over, and we can back home before dawn. Plus tomorrow Sunday, so it doesn't matter if we're up too late. That's not the issue here. So much has happened today, and I'm utterly exhausted. I just want to rest and organize my thoughts.
何？行かないの？もうエミヤ君がそう言うんならいいけど、セイバーは？
What? You don't want to go? Fine by me. But what about you, Saber? For some reason, Tosaka is asking Saber's opinion.
もうマスターとしての自覚はあるんだ。私がセイバーと話…何？行かないの？もうエミヤ君がそう言うんならいいけど、セイバーは？
Skipped ahead a little. Wait, Saber's got nothing to do with this. Don't push her.
もうマスターとしての自覚はあるんだ。私がセイバーと話すのは嫌？
Oh, already acting like a master, are we? You don't mind like me talking to Saber? That's not it. It's just that if everything you said about this whole thing is true, then that would mean Saber is a hero from the past. That means she wouldn't know anything about the modern era. That's why…
シロ、それは違う。サーバントは人間の世であるのなら、あらゆる時代に適応します。ですからこの時代のこともよく知っている。
Shiro, you are incorrect. Servants can adapt to any time as long as they are summoned in a human world. So I'm very aware of this age. You are? Really?
もちろん。この時代に呼び出されたのも一度ではありませんから。
Of course. This is not the first time I have been summoned to this age. What? Seriously?
どんな確率よそれ？
Seriously? What are the odds? Oh hey, Tosaka's surprised too. That must mean what Saber said is at least somewhat unusual.
シロ、私は彼女に賛成です。あなたはマスターとして知識がなさすぎる。あな
Shiro,
たと契約したサーバントとして、シロには強くなってもらわなければ困ります。
Shiro, I agree with her. You lack knowledge as a master. As your contracted servant, I would prefer that you be strong. Saber silently stares at me. Then the look on her face tells me she's saying this for my sake, not for her own safety. Fine, guess I have to got to go, don't I? So where is this place, Tosaka? We can still make it back here from where, right?
もちろん。行き先は隣町の琴峰教会。そこがこの戦いを監督してるエセ神父の居所よ。
Of course we can. Our destination is Kotomine Church, just in the next town. That's where the sham priest, the one who oversees this whole battle, is. Tosaka flashes a mischievous grin. It looks like it is the look of someone who is enjoying teasing me, since I have no clue what's going on. At least that's what I think. I'm starting to believe Tosaka has a really nasty side. Oh my god. Whew. Almost 3 hours. If you stretch it a little bit more, but it's going to go past 3 hours at this point. If you've watched anything of Fate, you know what's going to happen. I don't. Well, I'm not going to be angry with you if you skip ahead. But I'm going to read it anyway. For anyone who's not in the know. We walk through the town at night. It's 1 in the morning and there's nobody out at this hour. The houses are dark and the sleepy town is cast only in the streetlight's pale glow. Hey, Tosuka, are you planning on walking to the next town?
そうよ。だって電車もバスも終わってるでしょ。いいんじゃない、たまには夜の散歩っていうのも。
Of course. Trains and buses aren't running right now. So sometimes a nighttime stroll is kind of nice. Okay, but I just want to make sure. Do you know how long that walk will take?
歩いてだと1時間ぐらいかしらね。まあ、遅くなったら帰りはタクシーでも拾えばいいでしょ。
About an hour, right? If it gets too late, we can just grab a taxi on our way back. I don't have that kind of money, and my point is more about whether it's safe for a girl to walk around at this hour. You know, it's been dangerous recently. I don't want to be responsible if something happens to you.
安心しなさい。相手がどんなやつだろうとちょっかいなんて出してこないわ。エミヤ君は忘れてるみたいだけど、そこにいるセイバーはとんでもなくお強いんだから。
Don't worry, nobody's going to mess with us. You might have forgotten, but Saber here is really strong. Oh. Now that she mentions it. If anyone picks a fight with Saber, we're dead for sure.
リン、シローは今何を言いたかったのでしょう。私には理解できなかったのですが。
Rin, what did she mean by that, what he said earlier? I did not quite understand.
いや、大した勘違いっぷりっていうか、大間抜けっていうか。なんでも、私たちが痴漢に襲われたら、エミヤ君が助けてくれるんだって。
Really misunderstood the situation. You really misunderstood the situation. Also, he's an idiot. He was trying to say he'd swoop into our rescue if someone assaulted us.
そんな、シローは私のマスターだ。それでは立場が逆ではないですか。
That cannot be right. Shiro is my master. Our role should be reversed if he did that.
そういうの考えてないんじゃない？魔術師とかサーバントとかどうでもいいって感じ。あいつの頭の中、一度見てみたくなったわね。
Yeah, he's probably not thinking about anything like that. Like he doesn't care what mages and servants are. Honestly, if I'd like to see what's going on in his head. Tosuka and Saber seem to be on a good enough terms to be shed now. Saber has been quiet ever since I stopped her from leaving the house as she was. She flatly refused to take off her armor, so I made her wear a raincoat, and she's been quiet ever since. Now she's just following me, and only speaks to Tosuka.
あれ？どっちに行くのよ、エミヤ君。そっち、道が違うんじゃない？
Huh? Where are you going, Emiya? That's the wrong way. You need to go to the bridge, right? Shortcut. I feel a little awkward walking right beside her, so I walk a little faster and took the side path. We enter a park along the riverside. All we need to do is to cross the bridge to reach Shinto.
へえ、こんな道あったんだ。そっか。橋には公園からでも行けるんだから、公園を目指せばいいのね。
I didn't know there was a path here. I see, we just need to head to the park, since the bridge is accessible from the park too. Maybe it's a park at night. Tosaka, as she stands there, staring up at the bridge, looks prettier than when I saw her at school. This isn't good. Let's just go. We didn't come here to go goof off. I remind Tosaka to hurry and start climbing the stairs. Once we reach the road at the side of the bridge, it's just a straight shot to the Shinto. There's nobody on the bridge. Not surprising, since the bridge isn't exactly busy, even during the day. People tend to take the bus or train to get to the next town, so the pedestrians bridge doesn't see much use. It's a pretty good distance, and the bridge itself seems a little unsteady, so people might worry it could collapse at any time. Probably why this is why isn't a very popular spot for dates, even though the location and ambience are perfect. What's in your hand, Shiro? What's in your head, Shiro? Stop thinking about such stupid crap. Saber follows silently while Rin walks beside me. I hurry across the bridge as fast as I can and try not to think too much about the two girls with me. Once we cross the bridge, Tosaka leads us to the suburbs. The office building near the station only comes to mind when I think of Shinto, but there's still a traditional townscape on the outskirts. The suburbs are especially prominent in the scene sense. There are gentle slopes and hills that overlook the ocean. The further up the hill you go, the fewer buildings there are, and there's even a foreigner cemetery built along the hillside.
この上が教会よ。エミヤ君も一度ぐらいは行ったことがあるんじゃない？
The church is up at the top of the hill. Have you never been? No, never. Well, I don't know if it used to be I do know it used to be an orphanage.
そう。なら今日が初めてか。じゃあ少し気を引き締めた方がいいわ。あそこの神父は一筋縄じゃいかないから。
I see. If it's your first time, you might want to brace yourself. The church priest isn't exactly the easiest man to deal with. I look up and see a shadow that must be a building on top of a hill. A church atop a hill. I've never imagined a circumstance like this is what would bring me to God's house. Oh, this is amazing. The church is magnificent. The whole hilltop seems to be the church ground, and I'm greeted by a huge open space at the moment I reach the top of the hill. The church at the other side of a vast open space isn't all that big, but it seems to loom over everything, intimidating any visitors.
シロ、私はここに残ります。
Chiro, I will stay behind. Why? We came all this way. I can't just leave you here.
私は教会に来たのではなく、シロを守るためについてきたのです。シロの目的地が教会であるのなら、これ以上遠くには行かないでしょう。ですから、ここで帰りを待つことにします。
My purpose was not to visit the church, but to protect you along the way. If your destination is the church, then you will not stray far from it. I will wait here for your return. Saber is frank in her response. I can't see her budge at this point, so I decide to respect her decision. Alright, I'll be back.
はい。誰であろうと気を許さないように、マスター。
Yes, and do not let your guard down, no matter who you are dealing with. Chapel is large and majestic. Must have seen many visitors during the day, based on the number of pews in the chapel. Must see many. The priest must have incredible authority if he's responsible for a church as grand as this one. Osaka, what kind of man is this priest here?
どんな人かって説明するのは難しいわね。10年来の知人だけど、私だって未だにあいつの性格はつかめないもの。
It's kind of hard to explain. I've known him for over a decade now, but I still can't figure him out. I know him for over a decade? That's a long time to know someone. Are you two related or something?
親戚じゃないけど私の後見人よ。ついでに言うと兄弟子にして第二の師っていうところ。
No, but he's my guardian. On top of that, as a disciple, he's my senior and my second mentor. Senior disciple as a mage?
そうだけど、なんで驚くのよそこで。
Yeah, why is that such a surprise? It's a priest, right? Aren't priests forbidden from using magecraft? Mages and churches have never mixed well. Mages belong to a large organization called the Mages Association. But there's also a hidden group operating in the shadows of a most widespread religion. Not one normal people would ever hear about or want to get involved with, known as the Holy Church. The two have nothing in common. They may have a sort of surface alliance, but they're constantly trying to kill each other over given half a chance. The Church loathes heretics. They are out to eliminate anything inhumane in the world, including users of magecraft. In the Church's eyes, only saints are permitted to perform miracles. All other human miracles are heresy. There are no exceptions, even from those within the Church. The higher the position one is within the Church, the more they are forbidden from the impunity of magecraft. It goes without saying that the more blessings someone's received from God, especially someone who is in charge of a church like this, the further the distance they should take from magecraft. Actually, I didn't know the priest here was on our side.
ええ、聖杯戦争の監督役を任されたやつだもの。バリッバリの大公社よ。まあ、最も神のご加護があるかどうかは疑問だけど。
Yep, he's the one supervising the Holy Grail War, so he's definitely an agent. Well, whether he's ever actually received any blessings from God is an open question. Rosaka's footsteps echo as she walks towards the altar. I'm not sure whether you're supposed to be walking around here without the priest, but it's pretty late. The priest wouldn't be in the chapel at this hour. I guess he'd be in his private room out back. So what's the priest's name? I think you said Kotomino or something earlier.
名前は琴峰綺麗。父さんの教え子でね。もう10年以上顔を合わせてる腐れ縁よ。まあ、できれば知り合いたくなかったけど。
His name is Kiri Kotomine. He's my father's disciple, and unfortunately, I've known him for over 10 years. If I had any choice, I'd rather not have ever met him.
同感だ。私も死を敬わぬ弟子など持ちたくはなかった。
I assure you, the feeling is mutual. I've never wished for a pupil who refuses to respect the mentor. Tap, tap. I hear footsteps. A man slowly emerges from the far side of the altar. He must have noticed when we entered the chapel.
再三の呼び出しにも応じぬと思えば、変わった客を連れてきたな。ふん。彼が7人目というわけか、リン。
I've been calling you, Rin, but you haven't answered. Now you bring me a strange guest. So he's the 7th, Rin.
そう。 一応魔術師だけど中身は点で素人だから見てられなくって。
Right. He's a mage, apparently. But he's a complete amateur. It's frustrating as hell.
確かマスターになった者はここに届けを出すのが決まりだったわよね。あんたたちが勝手に決めたルールだけど今回は守ってあげる。
And the rule says to report here when someone becomes a master, right? It's a stupid rule you group made up. I figured I'd follow it this time.
それは結構。なるほど。ではその少年には感謝しなくてはな。
How commendable of you. Well then, I must thank you, young man. Thank this young man. The priest slowly looks me over. I unconsciously step back. I'm not afraid, and I don't sense any hostility from this priest. But the way he carries himself, he just gives off the indescribable aura of intimidation.
私はこの教会を任されている琴峰キレイというものだが。
My name is Kire Kotomine, and I've been entrusted to run this church.
君の名は何というのかな。7人目のマスターよ。
What is your name, seventh master? It is Shiro Emiya, but I don't remember signing up to be a master. I brace myself, glaring at the priest, so as to not buckle under that intimidating presence.
エミヤ、シロ。
Huh? The intimidating aura grows chilly. The priest smiles as if pleased. That smile of his. Can't explain it, but it makes me...
礼を言うエミヤ。よくリンを連れてきてくれた。君がいなければあれは最後までここには訪れなかったろう。
I must thank you, Emiya. You have brought Rin here. If it wasn't for you, she would have never set foot in this church. The priest makes his way to the altar. Osaka, on the other hand, just looks bored as she moves away from the altar and comes to stand next to me.
では始めよう。エミヤ・シロ。君はセイバーのマスターで間違いはないか。
Then let us begin, Shiro Emiya. You are Saber's master, correct? That's not entirely true. I did not form a contract with Saber. I did form a contract with Saber, but I have no idea what the hell a master is and the Holy Grail are. If proper mages are the only ones who can become masters, then you should pick a different master.
なるほど。これは重傷だ。彼は本当に何も知らないのか、リン。
I see. This is a pity. Does he really not know anything, Rin?
だから素人だって言ったじゃない。そのあたりからしつけてあげて。そういう追い込み得意でしょ、あんた。
I told you he's a complete amateur, complete novice. You need to teach him from the ground up. You're good at pushing people like that, aren't you? Osaka practically paused me over on the priest, still looking bored.
ほう。これはそういうことか。
Oh, I see. So that's your plan.
よかろう。お前が私を頼ったのはこれが初めてだ。
Very well. This is the first time you have depended on me for anything.
エミやシローには感謝をしてもし足りないな。
It seems I cannot thank Shiro Emiya enough to bring me this opportunity. The more I hear them talk, the more uneasy I get.
まず君の勘違いを正そう。
First, let me address some of your misconceptions.
いいか、エミやシロー。マスターというものは他人に譲れるものではないし、なってしまった以上やめられるものでもない。
Listen to me, Shiro Emiya. The role of master isn't something you can simply pass on to someone else, nor is it something that after you have been chosen, you can simply quit.
その腕に礼儀を刻まれた者は、たとえ何者であろうとマスターを辞めることはできん。まずはその事実を受け入れろ。
Once command spells are engraved on one's hand, there is no means by which they can resign from being a master, regardless of who they might be. I can't quit? Why not?
礼儀とは聖婚でもある。マスターとは与えられた試練だ。都合が悪いからといって放棄することはできん。
Command spells are sacred marks that a tribe places upon masters. You can't simply forfeit because it's inconvenient.
その痛みからは聖杯を手に入れるまでは解放されない。
You will not be released from this pain unless the Holy Grail is obtained.
お前がマスターを辞めたいというのであれば、聖杯を手に入れ、斧が望みを叶えるより他はあるまい。そうなれば、何もかもが元通りだぞ、エミヤ・シロ。
If you want to resign from being a master, the only thing you can do is obtain the Holy Grail and have your wish granted. Do this, and everything can go back to normal for you, Shiro Emiya.
お前の望み、その内に溜まった泥を全てかき出すこともできる。そうだ。初めからやり直すこととて可能だろうよ。
Anything you desire, even ridding yourself of the impure mud within you, is possible. Why? Even starting over entirely is possible.
故に望むがいい。
And so, you should desire it.
もしその時が来るのなら、君はマスターに選ばれた幸運に感謝するのだからな。その目に見えぬ火傷の跡を消したいのならば、聖婚を受け入れるだけでいい。
Should the time come, you will be grateful for your luck to be chosen as a master. If you wish to be rid of those unseen burn scars, you simply have to accept that sacred mark. I feel faint. The priest's words don't make any sense. The more I listen, the more I am confused. Yet his words permeate in my mind, stinging me like blood.
キレ、回りくどい真似はしないで。私は彼にルールを説明してあげてって言ったのよ。誰も傷を開けなんて言ってない。
Ire, don't you be so obtuse. I just asked you to explain the rules to him. I've never asked you to open up old wounds. Her voice interrupts the priest's words. Tosaka? My confused mind snaps back.
そうか。こういった手合いには何を言っても無駄だからな。せめて勘違いしたまま道徳を拭い去ってやろうと思ったのだが。
Ah, I believed nothing else would sink in for someone like him. So I thought at least break down his morality while he was still confused.
情けは人のためならずとはよく言ったものだ。つい私自身も楽しんでしまったか。
Well, I suppose kindness isn't always entirely for the benefit of the recipient. I must admit, I did enjoy that quite a lot.
何よ、彼を助けるといいことあるっていうの？あんたに。
What? Does helping him do you any good?
あるとも。人を助けるということはいずれ自身を救うということだからな。と、今さらお前に説いても始まるまい。
Of course. Helping people means saving yourself in the end. I suppose there's not much sense in me lecturing you about that, though.
では本題に戻ろうか、エミヤシロ。
Let me return to the matter at hand, Shiro Emiya.
君が巻き込まれたこの戦いは聖杯戦争と呼ばれるものだ。
You find yourself involved in what is known as the Holy Grail War.
7人のマスターが7人のサーバントを用いて繰り広げる争奪戦ということぐらいはリンから聞いているか。
It's a battle waged using 7 servants commanded by 7 masters. I hope Rin would have at least told you that. Yeah, she did. She told me about the whole ridiculous thing where 7 masters participate in a battle to the death.
そうだ。だが我らとて好きでこのような非道を行っているわけではない。
Correct. But we are not indulging in such cruelty for entertainment.
すべてが聖杯を得るにふさわしいものを選抜するための儀式だ。
It's a ritual to determine who is worthy of obtaining the Holy Grail.
何しろ物が物だからな。所有者の選定にはいくつかの試練が必要だ。
For such a powerful item as that, rigorous trials must be conducted to determine who should possess it. The hell with trials? I bet this priest doesn't think of a Holy Grail War as a trial at all. Wait, you keep saying Holy Grail. What even is that? You don't mean the actual Holy Grail, right? The Holy Grail. The goblet said to have received the blood of a saint. It is considered to be one of the greatest sacred relics of all time, and it's said to perform a variety of miracles. One of the most vivid, widely held beliefs is that whoever holds the Holy Grail can possess the entire world. But at the same, that seems kind of unlikely, since the Holy Grail itself probably doesn't even exist. Stories of a Holy Grail that can grant any wish appear in numerous myths and legends around the world. But that's about it. A mystical power that none claim has ever actually existed or been replicated. That is the Holy Grail. So what is it, Kiriko Tomina? Is the Holy Grail you speak of really the Holy Grail?
もちろんだとも。この町に現れる聖杯は本物だ。その証拠の一つとして、サーバントなどという法外な奇跡が起きているだろう。
Of course it is. The Holy Grail that appears in this town is real. If you want proof, the appearance of the servants himself is a miracle, isn't it?
過去の英霊を呼び出し刺激する。いいな。すでに死者の蘇生に近いこの奇跡は魔法と言える。
Summoning heroic spirits from a past and utilizing them is a miracle close enough to be to the resurrection of the dead, but it could be considered magic.
これだけの力を持つ聖杯ならば、持ち主に無限の力を与えよう。物の心眼など、その事実の前には無価値だ。
Holy Grail of such power must be in turn grant its owner limitless power. And considering the truth of how powerful it is, its authenticity hardly matters. So what's he saying? Is that as long as the object possesses power that surpasses the real thing, it doesn't matter whether it's real or fake. Fine, let's assume it's really a Holy Grail. And why would something like the Holy Grail War need to happen? If a Holy Grail exists, we shouldn't be killing each other over it. Something so amazing should be shared.
もっともな意見だが、そんな自由は我々にはない。
A reasonable opinion, however, not an opinion we have the luxury of.
聖杯を手にする者はただ一人。
Only one can obtain the Holy Grail.
それは私たちが決めたのではなく、聖杯自体が決めたことだ。
We cannot ourselves choose who. It is for the Holy Grail to decide.
7人のマスターを選ぶのも7人のサーバントを呼び出すのも全ては聖杯自体が行うこと。
The selection of the 7 masters and the summoning of the 7 servants are all determined by the Holy Grail itself.
これは儀式だと言っただろう。聖杯は自らを持つにふさわしい人間を選び、彼らを競わせてただ一人の持ち主を選定する。
I mentioned that this was a ritual. The Holy Grail selects those who are worthy of possessing it, and then each against the other to select the soul bearer.
それが聖杯戦争。聖杯に選ばれ手に入れるために殺し合う恒例儀式というわけだ。
That is what a Holy Grail War is. A sort of a necromantic ritual, where those chosen by the Holy Grail fight to the end to obtain it. He's so matter of fact about it all. I have no response, so I just stare at my left hand. There's an inscription on my hand, a mark. These two call command spells. As long as I have this mark, I'm told I can't quit being a master. That still doesn't make sense. Just because only one person can be selected, there's no reason for all the other masters to die.
ちょっと待って。殺すしかないっていうのは誤解よ、エミヤ君。別にマスターを殺す必要はないんだから。
Wait a minute. You don't actually have to kill them, Emiya. The ritual doesn't require you to kill the masters. But you said it's a battle to the death. Even Kotamina said that.
殺し合いだ。
You do kill each other.
キレイは黙ってて。この町に伝わる聖杯っていうのは霊体なの。だから物としてあるわけじゃなくて特別な儀式で呼び出す。つまり降霊するしかないってわけ。
Here, shush. Okay. So the Holy Grail here is in spirit form. It's not tangible as an object. It needs to be summoned in a special ritual, kind of like a seance.
で、呼び出すことは私たち魔術師だけでもできるんだけど、これが霊体である以上、私たちには触れられない。この意味わかる？
Summoning it can be done just by us mages, but as long as it's in spirit form, we can't touch it. Do you understand what that means? I do. Only spirit forms can touch our other spirit forms.
そういうこと。ぶっちゃけた話、聖杯戦争っていうのは自分のサーバント以外のサーバントを撤去させるってことよ。だからマスターを殺さなければならないという決まりはないの。
Exactly. To put it in simple terms, the goal in the Holy Grail War is for you to eliminate all the servants other than your own. There's no rule that you have to kill masters. Why didn't they tell me that earlier? Honestly, Tosaka and that priest both are pretty wicked. But that's a relief. It means Tosaka won't have to die, even if I do join the Holy Grail War.
なるほど。そういう考えもできるか。
I suppose that is one way to look about it.
ではエミヤシロ、一つ尋ねるが、君は自分のサーバントを倒せると思うか？
Then let me ask you, Shiro Emiya. Do you think you can beat your own servant? Defeat Saber? Of course not. Besides, Magecraft is useless against her, and she's insanely strong with her sword.
ではもう一つ尋ねよう。つまらぬ問いだが、君は自分がサーバントより優れていると思えるか？
And one more question for you. Though it may be a trifling one, do you think yourself superior to your servant? What? Why is he asking this? I can't beat Saber, so there's no way I'd be better than her. My answer to both those questions is that I'm weaker than my servant. Oh.
そういうことだ。サーバントはサーバントをもってしても破りがたい。ならばどうするか。
Now you get it. Servants have enough trouble defeating other servants. So, what could you do?
そら、実に単純な話だろう。サーバントはマスターがいなければ存在できぬ。いかにサーバントが強力であろうと、マスターが潰されれば、そのサーバントも消滅する。ならば。
It's simple, really. A servant cannot exist without their master. No matter how powerful the servant, they will disappear once the master is killed. Which means... Now I get it. Nobody would make things harder for themselves. If someone wanted to make sure they won, killing the master would be the much easier path. Yeah, I get it now. It's easier to defeat the master than the servant. Let me ask you this then. If the servant is defeated first, is the master no longer a master? The servants are the only ones who can touch the Holy Grail. When a master who lost their servant becomes obsolete, right?
いや、霊樹がある限りマスターの権利は残る。マスターとはサーバントと契約できる魔術師のことだ。霊樹があるうちはいくらでもサーバントと契約できる。
Oh, as long as the command spells remains, you still have a right to remain a master. A master is simply a mage who can make a contract with a servant. As long as they have a command spell, they can form contracts with many servants as they want.
マスターを失ったサーバントはすぐに消えるわけではない。彼らは体内の魔力が尽きるまでは現世にとどまれる。そういったマスターを失ったサーバントがいれば、サーバントを失ったマスターとて再契約が可能となる。戦線復帰ができるというわけだ。
Servant who loses their master does not disappear immediately. They can remain in this world until they run out of magical energy. Servants who lose their master and masters who lose their servant can forge a new contract together and return to the battle.
だからこそ、マスターはマスターを殺すのだ。下手に生かしておけば、新たな障害になる可能性があるからな。
Which is why masters seek to kill other masters, allowing others to live may pose a greater risk later on. And what use up your command spells. That means you can't form another contract with a servant, and when the servant who gets freed will pair up with another master?
待って、それは。
Wait, that's...
それはその通りだ。霊樹さえ使い切ってしまえば、マスターの責務からは解放されるな。
You are correct. If you used up all your command spells, you will be freed from your duties as a master.
もっとも、強力な魔術を行える霊樹を無駄に使うなどという魔術師がいるとは思えないが。
Although, it's hard to believe any mage would waste their command spells, since each can perform extremely powerful magecraft.
いたとしたら、そいつは半人前どころか、ただのふぬけということだろう。
If there were to be such a master, you would be a fool, and as well as a coward. The priest laughs as if he can see right through me. This is starting to get to me. The priest's tone is provoking.
納得がいったか。ならばルールの説明はここまでだ。
Do you understand now? And here ends the lesson.
さて、それでは初めに戻ろうエミヤシロ。
Now, let us return to where we began, Shiro Emir.
君はマスターになったつもりはないと言ったが、それは今でも同じなのか？
You mentioned that you had no intention of becoming a master. Do you still feel that way?
マスターを放棄するというのならそれもよかろう。
If you want to forfeit your position as a master, it is fine too.
君が今考えた通り、レイジを使い切ってセーバーとの契約を立てばよい。その場合、聖杯戦争が終わるまで、君の安全は私が保証する。
As you have just pointed out, you can use your command spells to terminate your contract with Saber. So, should you do so, I will guarantee your safety until the Holy Grey War ends. But, hold on a minute. Why the hell would you need to guarantee my safety? I can protect myself.
私とて、お前に構うほど暇ではない。だがこれも決まりでな。
Honestly, I honestly do not have the time to look after you. What those other rules?
私は繰り返される聖杯戦争を監督するために派遣された。
I've been assigned to oversee this repeating Holy Grey War.
故に、聖杯戦争による犠牲は最小限にとどめなくてはならないのだ。
Thus, I must ensure the sacrifices made during the Holy Grey War kept to a minimum.
マスターで亡くなった魔術師を保護するのは、監督役として最優先事項なのだよ。
Protecting the safety of mages who are no longer masters is one of the most important responsibilities as an overseer. You say repeating Holy Grey Wars? Hold on a minute. It repeats? Does that mean a battle like this happened before? What the hell do you mean? Are you saying this isn't the first Holy Grey War?
無論だ。でなければ監督役などというものが派遣されると思うか。
Of course not. Do you think an overseer would have been dispatched here? Well, this the first time?
この教会は聖遺物を回収する任を帯びる特務局の末端でな。本来は聖十字の調査回収を旨とするが、ここでは聖杯の査定の任を帯びている。
This church is a special agency responsible for collecting relics. Our organization's original goal is to investigate and recover the true cross. But here our duty is to assess the Holy Grail.
極東の地に観測された第726聖杯を調査し、これが正しいものであるのなら回収し、そうでなければ否定しろとな。
Our job is to investigate the 726th Holy Grail that was detected in the Far East and recover it. If it is indeed real, and if it's not real, we will repudiate it. Repudiate it. 726? Are there really that many Holy Grails?
さあ、少なくともらしきものならばそれだけの数があったということだろう。
Who knows? At the very least, it means there are that many objects thought to be Holy Grails.
そしてその中の一つがこの町で観測される聖杯であり、聖杯戦争だ。
And one of those is the Holy Grail observed in this town, which triggered the Holy Grail War.
記録では200年ほど前が一度目の戦いになっている。
According to extant records, the first battle occurred about 200 years ago.
以後、約50年周期でマスターたちの戦いは繰り返されている。
Since then, masters have fought over it every 50 years or so.
聖杯戦争はこれで5度目。前回が10年前であるから、 今までで最短のサイクルということになるが。
This would be the fifth Holy Grail War. The last one happened about 10 years ago, and this is the shortest cycle yet. Are you all insane? You guys have done this thing 4 times already?
全く同感だ。お前の言う通り、連中はこんなことを何度も繰り返してきたのだよ。
I quite agree. As you point out, this has been repeated many times.
そう。
That's right.
過去繰り返された聖杯戦争はことごとく苛烈を極めてきた。マスターたちは斧が欲望に突き動かされ、魔術師としての教えを忘れ、ただ無差別に殺し合いを行った。
In the past, the repeated Holy Grail Wars have been exceedingly fierce. Masters were driven by their own desires as they killed each other, indiscriminately forgetting their discipline as a mage.
君も知っていると思うが、魔術師にとって魔術を一般社会で使用することは第一の罪悪だ。魔術師は斧が正体を人々に知られてはならないのだからな。
And you may already know this. The biggest sin to commit as a mage is to participate in magecraft within normal society. Mages must never reveal their identity to others.
だが、過去のマスターたちはそれを破った。
But the masters of the past broke that law.
魔術協会は彼らを戒めるために監督役を派遣したが、それが間に合ったのは3度目の聖杯戦争でな。その時に派遣されたのが私の父というわけだが、納得がいったか少年。
The Mages Association finally dispatched an overseer to crack down on masters like them, but that system was only put in place by the time the Third Holy Grail War, and that first overseer was my father. Does that make sense now, my boy? Yeah, I get that an overseer is needed. But based on what you just said, this Holy Grail War is fundamentally a bad thing, right?
ほう。立ちが悪いとはどのあたりだ？
Oh, in what way is it fundamentally bad? Previous master willingly broke the laws of mages, right? And let's see, the Holy Grail is real. What if whoever survives and wins is selfish and uses the Holy Grail for their own selfish purpose? Wouldn't it be pretty bad if the Holy Grail went to someone who had no problem killing people? If that association's job is to supervise mages, shouldn't you just be one pushing those types of folks? Just punishing. I'm hoping to finally confuse him with this question. But as I figured, Kotomine has just laughed consideringly.
まさか私利私欲で動かぬ魔術師などおるまい。我々が管理するのは聖杯戦争の決まりだけだ。その後のことなど知らん。どのような人格が聖杯を手に入れようが、教会は関与しない。
Of course not. All mages are motivated by their self-interest. I'm only responsible for maintaining the rules of a Holy Grail War. I do not care what happens afterwards. The association does not intervene, no matter what sort of person obtains the Holy Grail. But that's absurd. What happened if a Holy Grail is obtained by a master who is absolutely the worst?
困るな。だが、私たちではどうしようもない。持ち主を選ぶのは聖杯だ。そして聖杯に選ばれたマスターを止める力など、私たちにはない。
That would be bad. But it is out of our control. The Holy Grail is the one that shows its honor, and we do not have the power to stop a master who has been chosen by the Holy Grail.
何しろ望みを叶える杯だ。 手に入れたものはやりたい放題だろうさ。
You see, its shell is capable of granting any desire. Whoever obtains it will be able to do as they please, I'm sure.
しかし、それが嫌だというのなら、お前が勝ち残ればいい。他人を当てにするよりは、その方が何よりも確実だろう。
So, if that idea troubles you, and your path is clear, survive and win, doing this yourself would be an approach more certain to work as opposed to relying on others, correct? Kotomine is clearly trying to suppress his laughter. It's like he's enjoying watching me, my awkward resistance to becoming a master.
どうした少年。今のはいいアイデアだと思うのだが、参考にする気はないのかな。
What's wrong, boy? I thought that was a rather good idea. Care to accept it? It's none of your business. First of all, I have no reason to fight. I'm not interested in the Holy Grail, nor do I feel like a master, even if you tell me otherwise.
ほう。では聖杯を手に入れた人間が何をするか、それによって最悪が起きたとしても、興味はないのだな。
Oh, so you do not care what the winner of a Holy Grail does with it? Even if it may lead to a great catastrophe? Well, that... I can't argue. Damn this guy, it's just hard to deal with. He doesn't care about my feelings and he is relentless with the information he pushes on me.
理由がないのならそれも結構。ならば、10年前の出来事にも、お前は関心を持たないのだな。
If you have no reason to fight, this is fine too. This must mean you do not care about what happened 10 years ago. 10 years ago?
そうだ。前回の聖杯戦争の最後にな。ふさわしくないマスターが聖杯に触れた。そのマスターが何を望んでいたかは知らん。我々にわかるのは、その時に残された災害の爪痕だけだ。
That's right. Towards the end of a previous Holy Grail war, an unworthy master touched the Holy Grail. I do not know what the master desired. All we know is that the disaster that followed. For a second, the image of that hell flashes before my eyes. Wait, don't tell me that.
そうだ。この町に住む者なら誰もが知っている出来事だよ。エミやシロ。
That's right. It is a catastrophe. Everyone in this town knows very well.
死傷者500名。焼け落ちた建物は実に134棟。未だもって原因不明とされるあの火災こそが聖杯戦争による爪痕だ。
500 people were killed or wounded. 134 buildings burned to the ground. That fire, which is still unexplained to this day, was a consequence of the Holy Grail War. I feel sick. My vision blurs. I lose my focus and I can't concentrate. My legs are about to buckle. Before that can happen, I plant my feet. I grit my teeth to remain my composure. Raw, seething anger is the only thing holding my nausea at bay.
エミヤ君、どうしたのよ。いきなり顔面真っ白にしちゃって。そりゃあんまり気持ちのいい話じゃなかったけど、ほら、なんなら少し休んだりする？
Emiya, what's wrong? You're white as a sheet. I know that wasn't a very pleasant topic to bring up, but come on, why don't you rest a bit? I must have really looked pale. I know it's rare for someone like Tosaka to be concerned about the likes of me. Don't worry, I feel better after seeing you look at me so weird.
ちょっと、それどういう意味よ。
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Nothing, exactly what I said, so don't worry about it.
ならいいけど、って余計に悪いじゃない、このド変僕。
I guess that's okay. Hey, that's even worse, you blockhead. School honor student Rin Tosaka smacks me upside the head. And just like that, my nausea and anger disappear. Thanks, you really did me a favor. So don't beat me up too much, Tosaka. There's still a few things I have to ask. Something in her expression suggests she thinks she hasn't hit me on enough, but she lets me continue anyway. Hmm.
ほう、まだ質問があるのか。いいぞ。
Oh.
言いたいことは全て言ってしまえ。
Oh, you still have questions? By all means, out with it. I'm sure he knows exactly what I want to ask, but he urges me on anyway. Fine by me. I'm not letting him get the better of me. Let me ask you this. You said that this is the 5th Holy Grail War. So has anyone ever obtained the Holy Grail?
当然だろう。そう毎回全滅などという決めは起きん。
Of course, not every war ends with everyone dead. Then...
早まるな。手に入れるだけならば簡単だ。何しろ聖杯自体はこの教会で管理している。手に取るだけならば私は毎日触れているぞ。
Don't jump to conclusions. Obtaining is the easy part. After all, this church actually manages and is in possession of a Holy Grail. If you're wondering whether someone has touched it, I have you know, I touch it every day. What? The Holy Grail is here in this church?
もっともそれは器だけだ。中身が空なのだよ。先ほどリンが言っただろう。聖杯とは霊体だと。
Well, it's just a vessel. It's quite empty, as Rin said earlier. The Holy Grail is in spirit form.
この教会に保管してあるのは極めて精巧に作られた聖杯のレプリカだ。これを触媒にして本物の聖杯を降霊させ願いを叶える杯にする。そうだな。マスターとサーバントの関係に近いか。なあ、そうやって一時的に本物となった聖杯を手にした男は確かにいた。
This church is safekeeping a well-made replica of a Holy Grail. We use it as the catalyst to draw the real Holy Grail out and create the wish-granting device it becomes. I suppose it's similar to the master and servant relationship. And yes, there was indeed a man who obtained the Holy Grail, which temporarily turned real. So the Holy Grail was real. Okay, what happened to that guy who obtained it?
どうにもならん。その聖杯は完成には至らなかった。バカな男がつまらぬ干渉に流された結果だよ。
Nothing. The Holy Grail never reached its complete form because a foolish man let his sentiments get the better of him. What? I don't know what happened to his overbearing attitude from a moment before, but the priest suddenly looks all of the things regretful. What do you mean? Didn't the Holy Grail appear?
聖杯を表すだけならば簡単だ。7人のサーバントが揃い、時間が経てば聖杯は現れる。リンの言う通り、確かに他のマスターを殺める必要などないのだ。
Manifesting the Holy Grail is easy. 7 servants appear and then, sometime later, Holy Grail does as well. As Rin pointed out, there's no real need to kill other masters.
だがそれでは聖杯は完成しない。あれは自らを得るにふさわしい持ち主を選ぶ。故に戦いを回避した男には聖杯など手に入らなかった。
But that's enough, not enough to complete a Holy Grail. The Grail selects a worthy owner. For that reason, a man who had avoided the battle was unable to obtain the Holy Grail.
要するに他のマスターと決着をつけずに聖杯を手に入れても無意味ってことでしょ？
It just means it's useless to obtain the Holy Grail without settling things with the other masters.
前回一番初めに聖杯を手に入れたマスターはアマちゃんだったのよ。敵のマスターとは戦いたくないなんて言って聖杯から逃げたんだから。
The master who first got their hands on the Holy Grail during the last war was just the boss. He didn't want to fight other masters and just ran away from the Holy Grail. Tosaka almost spits the words, then goes back to averting her eyes from Kotomine. You're kidding? Does that mean Kotomine was one of the masters from the previous war? And even though he obtained the Holy Grail, he dropped out because he refused to fight? Kotomine, you didn't fight?
途中まで戦いはした。だが判断を間違えた。結果として私は空の聖杯を手にしただけだ。
I did, halfway. But I made a bad decision. Consequently, I only obtained an empty Holy Grail.
もっとも、私ではそれが限界だったろう。何しろ他のマスターたちは、どいつもこいつも化け物揃いだったからな。私は真っ先にサーバントを失い、そのまま父に保護されたよ。
I suppose that must have been my limit anyway. The rest of the masters who were all monstrally strong, terrifying even. I immediately lost my servant and I was taken under my father's protection.
思えば、監督役の息子がマスターに選ばれるなど、その時点であってはならぬことだったのだ。
In retrospect, the son of the overseer shouldn't have become a master in the first place.
父はその折に亡くなった。以後、私は監督役を引き継ぎ、この教会で聖杯を守っている。
It led to my father's death. After that, I assumed his role as overseer and have been protecting the Holy Grail at this church. Kotomine turns his back to me as he speaks. There's a reverence in his voice, and I see the devotion in his eyes before he turns.
話はここまでだ。
We have nothing further to discuss.
聖杯を手にする資格がある者は、サーバントを従えたマスターのみ。君たち7人が最後の一人となった時、聖杯はおのずと書者のもとに現れよう。
Most qualified to obtain the Holy Grail are masters who have servants. The moment there is only one of the servants you have left, one of the 7 of you left standing, the Holy Grail shall manifest before you.
その戦い、聖杯戦争に参加するかの意思をここで決めよう。
So, tell me, will you join this Holy Grail war? The priest looks straight down at me, demanding my final decision. I'm at a loss of words. Earlier I had no reason to fight. Now I have a reason, and the will to fight. But can I truly say as much?
まだ迷っているのか。
Are you still unsure?
いいか。マスターというものはなろうとしてなれるものではない。そこにいるリンは長く魔術師として修練してきたが、だからといってマスターになるのが決定されていたわけではないのだ。
Listen, do not become a master just by saying it's what you want. Rin has been training as a mage for many years, but that never meant she was guaranteed to be master.
決定されていたものがあるとすれば、それは心構えができていたかいないかだけだろう。
Only thing you can decide beforehand is whether to prepare yourself to be a master or not.
マスターに選ばれるのは魔術師だけだ。魔術師ならばとうに覚悟などできていいよ。
Only mages can be selected to be masters. If you are a mage, you should have already been prepared.
それがないというのならば仕方があるまい。
However, if you are still lacking resolve, there is nothing to be done.
お前も、お前を育てた種も出来損ないだ。そんな魔術師に戦われても迷惑だからな。今ここで霊樹を消してしまえ。
But that makes both you and your mentor failures. A mage like you would only be a nuisance in battle. So you might as well get rid of your command spells, right here, right now. Doesn't need to ask anything else. I destroy the seal. We both know what happens when the first Tiger Dojo, and you can watch it in the fade route, or when I sometimes after the Heaven Seal playthrough start Tiger Dojo scenes video or something like that, but we fight. Because it's the only thing you can really do. I'm not going to run away. To be honest, all this Holy Grail War and Master stuff doesn't feel real to me. But if my only choice are to fight or run, I'll never run away. Even the priest told me that I should be prepared if I'm a mage. That's why I need to decide. Shiro Emiya is a mage, even if not yet a fully fledged one. I've always admired Kiritsuko Emiya, and I decide to follow in his footsteps, to be a champion of justice, so I need to. I will fight as a master. If you're telling me that the cause of a fire 10 years ago was the Holy Grail, well, then I can't let something like that happen again. The priest gives me a satisfied smile, as if he likes my answer. I take a deep breath. I'm done wavering. A man has said he's going to fight. The only thing to do from now on is to move forward, head held high, so I can live up to that.
それでは君をセーバーのマスターと認めよう。
Then, I shall acknowledge you as Saber's master.
この瞬間に、今回の聖杯戦争は受理された。
As of this moment, the Holy Grail War has been accepted.
これより、マスターが残り一人になるまで、この町における魔術戦を許可する。各々が自身の誇りに従い、存分に競い合え。
From here on, until only one master remains, magecraft battles are permitted. Each participant shall put their full efforts into their competition, in accordance with their own principles. The priest's voice echoes heavily through the chapel. The declaration is utterly meaningless. Only Tosaka and I are here to hear it anyway. He just rang a metaphorical bell to kick things off as a formality, I guess.
決まりね。それじゃあ帰るけど、私も一つぐらい質問していい？キレ。
It's that. But before I go home, care to answer a question, Kire?
構わんよ。これが最後かもしれんのだ。大抵の疑問には答えよ。
I don't mind. This may be my final one. Maybe the final one. So I shall try to answer as much as I can.
それじゃあ遠慮なく。キレ、あんた見届け役なんだから、他のマスターの情報ぐらいは知ってるんでしょ？こっちは教会のルールに従ってあげたんだから、それぐらい教えなさい。
And no holds barred. Since you are the overseer, you probably have information on all the other masters. I'm following the association's rules, so you should be able to disclose that to me.
それは困ったな。教えてやりたいのは山々だが、私も詳しくは知らんのだ。
Well, I'm not sure what to do. I really do want to tell you, but I actually do not know the details.
エミやシローも含め、今回は正規の魔術師が少ない。私が知り得るマスターは2人だけだ。エミやシローを加えれば3人か。
What I do know is that there aren't any many legitimate mages this time around. As this is the case with Shiro Emir, I only know 2 masters, or rather, with the inclusion of Shiro Emir, I know 3.
あ、そう。なら呼び出された順番ならわかるでしょ。
Is that so? But you at least know the order the servants were summoned in.
仮にも監視役なんだから。
You are the overseer.
1番手はバーサーカー、2番手はキャスターだな。あとはそう大差はない。先日にアーチャー、そして数時間前にセイバーが呼び出された。
Well, first was Berserker, the second was Caster. There was not much difference after that. Archer was summoned a few days back, while Saber was summoned a few hours ago.
そう。それじゃあこれで。
I see. And that means...
正式に聖杯戦争が開始されたということだ。
It means the Holy Grail War has officially started.
リン、聖杯戦争が終わるまで、この教会に足を運ぶことは許されない。許されるとしたら、それは。
Rin, until the Holy Grail War concludes, you are not permitted to set foot in this church. The only time you will be allowed would be...
自分のサーバントを失って保護を願う場合のみでしょ。それ以外にあんたを頼ったら減点ってことね。
If I lost my servant and asked for sanctuary, right? Otherwise we'll get penalized if I seek for your help.
そうだ。おそらく君が勝者になるだろうが、減点がついては教会が黙っていない。連中はつまらない論議の末、君から聖杯を奪い取るだろう。私としては最悪の展開だ。
Correct. You are likely to win, but the church would not simply ignore any marks against you. They will not hesitate to take the Holy Grail from you. For whatever asinine reason. Which would be the worst possible outcome for me.
エセ神父、教会の人間が魔術協会の肩を持つのね。
You're such a freaking fraud of a priest. A man from the church siding with the Mages Association.
私は神に仕える身だ。教会に仕えているわけではない。
I simply serve God. I do not serve the church.
よく言うわ。だからエセなのよ、あんたは。
Listen to you. That is why you're a fraud. Tosaka turns her back on the priest. Without saying goodbye, she makes her way towards the exit. Hey, is it okay to do, Tosaka? Isn't he your senior? Shouldn't she have a little more to say than that?
いいわよ、そんなの。むしろ縁が切れてせいせいするぐらいだもの。そんなことより、あなたも外に出なさい。もうこの教会に用はないから。
It's fine. I'm actually relieved that I can sever the ties with him once and for all. You should get out of here too. You don't have any more business here. Tosaka cuts through the chapel without stopping and leaves the church. I sigh and follow Tosaka, but then... I sense something and turn around. I don't know when he caught up, but the priest is right behind me, looking down at me. What? You got something else to say to me? I'm talking big, but I take a step back. This priest scares the hell out of me. I don't know what it is, maybe he just rubs me the wrong way. Whatever it is, I can't make myself like him. I'm going home if you've got nothing. I head to the exit trying to escape his stare. But at that moment...
喜べ少年。君の願いはようやく叶う。
Rejoice, my boy. Your wish will finally come true. The priest speaks like he's some kind of divine oracle. Those words, aren't they a reflection of my true feelings, Shiro Emiya's true intentions, that I wasn't even aware of? What are you saying?
分かっていたはずだ。明確な悪がいなければ君の望みは叶わない。たとえそれが君にとって容認し得ぬものであろうと、正義の味方には倒すべき悪が必要だ。
I'm sure you know already. Without an evil to fight, your wish will never be granted. Even if you don't want to admit it, a hero of justice requires a villain to defeat. Everything around me seems to go dark. The priest says Shiro Emiya's greatest wish and his ugliest wish are two sides of the same coin. That's right. My wish is to protect something. Means that I'm also wishing for something to be protected from people from. Protect people from. Why you? But I wouldn't ever wish for something like that. I don't even remember ever desiring that. A wish so unstable just means that what I am aspiring to is contradictory. Yet the priest brings it up, as if to say, good thing you have an enemy now.
何？取り繕うことはない。君の葛藤は人間としてとても正しい。
You needn't sugarcoat it. The conflict is only natural for a human being. I try to shake off his priest's words and head outside.
さらばだ、エミヤシロ。
Farewell, Shiro Emiya.
最後の忠告になるが、帰り道には気をつけたまえ。
This will be my final warning to be careful on your way home.
これより君の世界は一変する。
The world as you know it is about to change.
君は殺し、殺される側の人間になった。その身はすでにマスターなのだからな。
You will kill or be killed, for sure, as you are a master now. The strongest enemy. Up next. As soon as I leave, the weight of my shoulder seems to lift. It might be because I'm away from the priest, but it might also be because I see Tosaka, conspicuous in her uniform. And the blonde girl in the raincoat, that slightly mismatched sight of us two standing together relieves whatever pressure I felt. Saber is still silent. She looks at me and seems to want to know what I decided.
行きましょう。町に戻るまでは一緒でしょ、私たち。
Let's go. We're going in the same direction until we reach town. Tosaka starts walking, her pace brisk. Saber and I follow suit, and the three of us leave the church grounds. We walk down the hill. We hadn't talked much on the way here, but there's even less conversation on the way back. Even someone as dull as me knows why. After our visits to the church, I accept my position as a master. That must be why Tosaka is keeping her distance. I get it, but I don't like the idea of seeing Tosaka in that light. Tosaka, how's your servant?
あーちゃんなら無事よ。まあセイバーにやられたダメージは簡単に消えそうにないから、 しばらく実体化はさせられないだろうけど。
Oh, if you're wondering, Archer's fine. The injury he sustained from Saber won't be easy to heal, so he won't materialize for a while though. Does it mean he isn't by your side?
ええ、私の家でかくまってる状態。今他のサーバントに襲われたら不利だから、傷が治るまでは有利な場所で敵に備えさせてるの。
Nope, he's cooped up in my house. He'd be at a disadvantage if he was ambushed by other servants, so I'm having him prepared to fight by recuperating somewhere safe. I see. Unlike my house, I'm sure Tosaka's house is well fortified against enemies. A mage's home is like a fortress. There's not much chance of defeating them there. Which means enemies tend not to try to attack them at home. The bounded field around our house just notified us of intruders, but even having that makes a big difference. By the way, Tosaka, Priest mentioned he was the overseer of a holy graver. Does it mean he knows who your servant is?
知らないはずよ。私教えてないもの。
You shouldn't know. I've never told him. I see. You guys seem to get along. I thought you had.
あのね、ミヤ君。忠告しておくけど、自分のサーバントの正体は誰にも教えちゃダメよ。たとえ信用できる相手でも黙っておきなさい。そうでないと、早々に消えることになるから。
Emir, I'm going to give you a little advice. Never tell anyone about your servant's identity. No matter how much you trust the other person, you should keep quiet. Otherwise, you end up dropping out early. What do you mean, Saber's identity?
だから、サーバントがどこの英雄かっていうことよ。
I'm talking about which hero your servant
い
is.
くら強いからって戦力を明かしてちゃいつか寝首をかかれるに決まってるでしょ。いいから後でセーバーから神名を教えてもらいなさい。
No matter how strong they are, revealing their strength to others will just lead to a knife in your back. Just ask Saber her true name later.
そうすれば私の言ってることがわかる。けどちょっとタンマ、エミヤ君はあれだからいっそ教えてもらわない方がいいわね。
You understand when you learn about her actually. It might be better if she doesn't tell you because you're you, no? Why not?
エミヤ君隠し事できないもの。なら知らない方が秘密にできるじゃない？
You can't keep secrets. You might have the best chance at keeping the secret if you just don't know. Why do you think I am? I can at least follow strategy like that.
そうじゃあ私に隠していることとかある？
Are you sure? Does that mean there's something you're hiding from me? Something I'm hiding from you? Well, I feel a hot blush in my cheeks as she looks at me. I shouldn't feel guilty, but I wonder if I secretly idolize her even in this context.
ほら見なさい。何を隠しているか知らないけど、動揺が顔に出るようじゃ向いてないわ。
See, I don't know what it is, but your face tells me you're hiding something, and that's why you're not fit for this.
あなたは他にいいところがあるんだから、駆け引きなんて考えるのはやめなさい。
There are plenty of other good things about you, so stop thinking about silly tactics like these. What about you? If you're mum about your servant, even to that priest, does it mean you don't trust him?
綺麗？まさか。私、あいつを信用するほどおめでたくないわ。あいつはね、教会から魔術協会にくら替えしたくせに、まだ教会に在籍している食わせ者なのよ。人の情報を他のマスターに売るぐらいはやりかねないわ。
Kiri? Of course not. I'm not naive to trust him. He's a big hypocrite who switches sides from the church to a mages association, yet he still has a seat at the church. He'd spill it out to other masters the second he felt like it. Tosaka half's obviously annoyed. I guess Tosaka really doesn't trust that priest. I'm a little relieved, but at the same time, her tone of voice also conveys a sort of cluelessness, closeness with that priest. Across the bridge, there's nothing else to talk about. Our frosty white breath hangs in the winter air. A faint sound of flowing water bubbles up from beneath the bridge, where we walk in the streetlight's illumination. All of those small details etch themselves onto my memory. Oddly, I don't think to look at Tosaka's face. It feels like more of a rarity to be walking beside her like this. It just to see her face. Meet Tosaka and the girl called Saber, about whom I know nothing. The three of us, without doing anything in particular, walk back to our homes. We reach the intersection. This is where we'll have to separate as our homes are in opposite directions.
ここでお別れね。義理は果たしたし、これ以上一緒にいると何かと面倒でしょ。きっぱり別れて、明日からは敵同士にならないと。
We should split up here. I have done my duty, and things would get complicated if we stuck together any longer. We should part ways amicably, and tomorrow we'll become enemies. I think she's trying to bring closure to our ambiguous relationship. Tosaka starts talking, but suddenly cuts off. When I realize something, she didn't explain the rules to me out of obligation. She was only trying to help me, as I knew nothing to make things fair for me. And that's why, the moment things have been explained, everything goes back to normal. All that's left for us is to fight each other as masters. But that would make her last words to me strange. Tosaka must have meant it. Would be hard to fight if she feels empathy for me. For Tosaka, everything that happened tonight was unnecessary. Things would get complicated if we stuck together any longer. If that's how she feels, she wouldn't have gotten involved with me to begin with. She's smart enough to know that, but she helped me, even knowing it would benefit her in any way, wouldn't benefit her. That's how I know she had no ulterior motive for doing what she did tonight. She did it purely out of the kindness of her heart. Tosaka is totally different now that she's usually at school. She's harsh and unfriendly at school, and that's putting it mildly. But seeing her right now, I want to ask why the hell she acts the way she does at school. Honestly, the difference is on a level of fraud. But either way, Rin Tosaka is also exactly what everyone thinks she is. You know, you're a good person, Tosaka.
は？何よ突然。おだてだって手は抜かないわよ。
Huh? Where did that come from? Literally won't get you, make me go easy on you. I know that. She had to tell me it would be a pain to be empathetic because she isn't going to go easy on me. I know, but I would rather not be enemies with you because I like people like you. What? I heard Tosaka's house is the residential district with all the western houses in the opposite direction of my house. She took care of me up until now, so I'd like to walk her home.
とにかくサーバントがやられたら迷わずさっきの教会に逃げ込みなさいよ。そうすれば命だけは助かるんだから。
Anyway, don't forget to run to that church the moment your servant is killed. You at least live if you do that. I'm not sure about that, but I still take your advice. Anyway, I don't think that will happen, since I'm likely to die before Saber. I calmly assessed the situation. Osaka's reaction is once again puzzling. After that very sigh, she glances at Saber.
いいわ。これ以上の忠告は本当に感情移入になっちゃうから言わない。
Fine. I won't warn you anymore. At this point, it would really be just an act of empathy.
せいぜい気をつけなさい。いくらセイバーが優れているからって、マスターであるあなたがやられちゃったらそれまでなんだから。
Just be careful. Saber may be strong, but it's all over if you, the master, wind up dead. She turns around and starts walking. And yet, she stops dead in her tracks as if she's seen a ghost. Tosaka? The moment I call out to her, a stinging pain shots through my left arm.
ねえ、お話は終わり？
Are you two done chatting? A young voice echoes in the night. The sing-song tone comes unmistakably from a young girl. My eyes are drawn to the top of a hill. I hadn't noticed the clouds parting, nor the brilliant moon illuminates the sky. And there, a shadow looms. It's a strange shape that seems out of place in the darkened town.
まさか。
I'm not familiar with the word Tosaka whispers. I don't even need to ask. It's definitely a servant. It gives off an overwhelming aura of death that surpasses even the fire from 10 years ago.
こんばんは、お兄ちゃん。こうして会うのは2度目だね。
Good evening, brother. This is the second time we've met. The girl smiles. Her innocence sends a chill up my spine. No, the chill goes deeper than that. No, the chill goes deeper than that. It's not just my body, even my mind freezes. That thing is a monster. I'm not even looking into his eyes, but its intimidating presence paralyzes me. My instinct tells me I'm dead the instant I move. It feels like someone is pressing a knife against my exposed stomach.
あいつ桁違いだ。
Crap. He's definitely in a different league. All I manage to do is stand there, paralyzed. Tosaka is composed enough to brace herself. Even when that seems futile, I can only see her back. But I still sense her despair.
あれ？なんだ、あなたのサーバントはお休みなんだ。つまんないな。2匹一緒に潰してあげようって思ったのに。
Huh? Oh, your servant is resting? That's no fun. I thought I would get rid of the two at once. The young girl seems displeased as she stands there on top of a hill looking down on us. This is even worse. The girl knows that Tosaka's servant is not here. And then... The girl bows gracefully, which seems vividly out of place given the current mood.
はじめまして、リン。私はイリア。
Very nice to meet you, Rin. My name is Ilya.
イリアスフィール・フォン・アインツベルンって言えばわかるでしょ？
Perhaps you might recognize the name, Elias Wiel von Einsburn. Better.
アインツベルン。
Tosaka trembles slightly, seeming to recognize the name. The girl smiles, seemingly delighted by Tosaka's reaction.
じゃあ行くね。やっちゃえ、バーサーカー。
Then, here we go. Hear them, Berserker. In a sing-song voice, the girl orders to monstrosity behind her. The giant jumps. In a single leap, the berserker sails all the way up from the hill, the top of the hill, to its bottom, where we stand.
シロ下がって。
Shiro, get back! Saber surges forward, her raincoat flutters off the shoulders, blocking my view for a moment. Saber runs towards where Berserker is about to land. Berserker lands, kicking up a small torrent of air in his wake. The two meet almost simultaneously. The very air shakes. Saber stops Berserker's rock-like sword with her invincible sword. Saber's mouth twists with her as she strains, and then Berserker's giant sword moves in a flash, creating a whirlwind. Thunder. Clash of swords, almost tearing the air, ends in Saber's defeat. I hear something skidding. Saber blocks Berserker's giant sword with her own, but the impact pushes her backwards. Saber buckles. The copper-skinned servant follows her. The monster swings its giant sword again and again, as if knows how to do nothing else. Saber continues to block with her sword, unable to dodge the strikes. Saber's sword being invisible doesn't matter. She needs to put all her strength into blocking his attacks, or she's dead for sure. Saber's left with no choice but to remain on the defensive. The only chance Saber has of winning is to find an opportunity to strike between Berserker's attacks. And yet, it's only if Berserker leaves her an opening. His massive black rock sword moves like a raging storm. He is enormous. Despite his size, the unwieldy weapon, Berserker is faster than Saber. His unrelenting attacks just smash whatever is in his way, that's all. But it's enough to be effective. As long as he retains his overwhelming speed and power, he doesn't really need technique. Humans devise technique to compensate for their own weakness. That giant? That monster. He has no weakness. Man, this is the only thing I can manage to say. My body is completely frozen. That thing cannot be beaten. Saber is going to die. That's why she needs to run. It'd be easy if it was just her that needed to flee. Of course she knows that perfectly well. Oh, that's not good. My body may be paralyzed, but my mind is still working. A raging storm of death simply won't let up. Saber retreats, unable to block it all. And then, the final unblockable blow comes. Saber hangs in the air, twisting her body impossibly. Saber manages to defend against Berserker's titanic swing. It's all she can do to defend herself from that fatal blow. But because she can't completely be braced against the giant's tremendous swing, his attack sends her flying. After sailing in a wide arc, she falls to the ground. Just before her back hits the ground, Saber turns in mid-air and lands on her feet. She manages to compose herself, but crimson blood stains her chest. I'm such an idiot. I've completely forgotten something crucial. I don't know how many times servants can fight in a day, but this is Saber's third battle. On top of that, Saber still hasn't healed from the wound Lance inflicted on her chest earlier. Saber shifts her guard to protect her chest. Berserker moves in like a violent wind, striking at Saber while she's hampered by her wound. His blows rain down on her back. I don't know what kind of magecraft Tosaka used, but something burst against Berserker's body. From the amount of magical energy I can feel, the impact must have been equivalent to a large caliber pistol. Even that is meaningless. It barely even scratches him. He's he isn't nullifying magical energy like what Saber does. The attack just doesn't affect him.
なんてデタラメな体してんのよこいつ。
What? This guy is ridiculously durable. Despite that, Tosaka continues to cast her spells. Berserker just ignores Tosaka's spells and charges at Saber. Saber painfully lifts her head. She readies her sword, intent on continuing her fight. Sight of her in so much pain gets me moving again. Run, Saber! I yell with all my might. She hears me. But she braces herself to confront the enemy she can't possibly compete with. Berserker's attacks are relentless. Saber weakens with every blow. The end slowly creeps up on her. Where in that small frame of hers does such power come from? Saber doesn't retreat. She endures the great sword, furious attacks, and tries to push Berserker back with sheer vigor. And she has no chance of winning. Even though she knows her demise is inevitable, she holds her ground adamantly. Maybe it seemed something, it sent something from her. The monster's silence until now suddenly roars. Its attacks are impossible to block. Its attacks rain down on her through her defensive, though her defensive is flawless. But one strike finally sends her flying. Slam. It's the sound of something falling in the distance. Flesh blood stains the armor. A small frame shouldn't be able to rise, and yet... No. She stands up without thinking. Her actions say that she needs to keep going, or else I will be killed. Her actions. I realize I made a foolish decision. Berserker stops after defeating Saber. It doesn't so much as look at Saber's or me. It just waits for its master's orders.
勝てるわけないじゃない。私のバーサーカーはね、ギリシャ最大の英雄なんだから。
You can't win? Berserker is the greatest hero of Greece.
ギリシャ最大の英雄ってまさか。
What? The greatest hero of Greece? Don't tell me he is.
そうよ。そこにいるのはヘラクレスっていう魔物。
That's right. That demon before you is Heracles.
あなたたち程度が刺激できる英雄とは格が違う。最強の怪物なんだから。
He is the most atrocious monster ever, and he is on a different level than any of the heroes you two could summon and handle. The girl calling herself Ilya narrows her eyes in joy. Her eyes express elation from the anticipation of finishing her off her enemy. There's no need to ask who she is expecting to kill. Saber. Then what will I do? Am I going to fight that monster instead? I can't do that. Just getting near that thing without being prepared would be enough to stop my heart. I'm going to take Soul Sucker and run, or I help Saber. From watching the movie... Yeah, no saves left. I still remember from a movie that Shiro again jumped in front of it. So we are going to do the same. And we'll help Saber, like we did in the Fate route. I refuse to abandon someone when they're down. That's how I've always lived my life. And most importantly, I can't leave a girl who fought so hard to protect me.
いいわよバーサーカー。そいつ再生するから一撃で仕留めなさい。
Okay, Berserker. She's going to regenerate, so take her out now. Berserker rumbles back into movement. Why you? I run forward as fast as I can. Can't possibly do anything against that monster. But at least I can do this to get Saber out of the way, to save her from Berserker's attack. Ugh. Ugh. I fall. Why? I was going to shove Saber away from Berserker. Then I'd figure out what to do afterwards. So why? Why? Why am I on the ground, unable to breathe? I hear surprised voices. There's the Saber who is in front of me now. And there's Tosaka standing at a distance, looking aghast. And then, for some reason, the girl calling herself Ilya stares down at me, dumbfounded. Huh? There's a gaping ragged hole in the middle of my body. I'm on the ground. On the asphalt, there's only a little blood considering how big the wound is. I see some withered branches looking things and some shattered stuff, and man, it looks painful, all those parts scattered around. I get it. How long am I? So, I didn't make it. I could never have pushed Saber away, so I was just her shield. And then that ungodly huge machete thing took a good chunk out of my stomach. I can't believe I failed at a time like this. I tried my best to be a hero of justice, but I screwed it all up when it really mattered.
なんで
Hi. The silver-haired girl faces is blank as she speaks. After standing there dumbfounded, she just says,
もういい。こんなのつまんない。
I've had enough. This is boring. She calls Berserker back without finishing Saber off.
リン、次に会ったら殺すから。
Rin, we'll kill you the next time we meet. The girl leaves. After she disappears, I completely black out. I lose consciousness. I'm really dead this time. Somehow survived. I somehow survived when Nancy killed me last time, but my luck's definitely run out. There's no magecraft that could save a person who just lost half of his body.
あと何考えてるのよ。分かってるの。もう助けるなんてできないっていうのに。
What are you thinking? Don't you know I can't save you anymore? I hear a voice reprimanding me. It must be Tosaka. She sounds like she's really mad. I feel bad. But I had no choice. I'm not good at everything like her. All I have to work is my body. That's why. Only thing I could do was to risk it all using my own body. Oh god. It's new stuff. After 4 hours. Oh no. God. An interlude in this chamber. I hate it. Such a creepy place. We also had a little tease in the Unlimited Blade Works route of this place. But anyway, let me tell you the cool stuff right now. There's a slithering sound. It's hard to determine whether the sound is a cry, something being dragged, or something festering. The sound represented everything. Here, there are only rotting things. The stone walls are as brittle as a decaying tree. The air smells sweet like honey. The creatures crawling on the ground are decomposing like ripe fruit, and even the time that passes in this space is rotten, meaningless. Everything here is worn out. The darkness is a graveyard for things that were never mourned on Earth. The end of vegetative bloodlines.
7人揃ったようだな。
It appears all 7 has been selected. The largest gangrenous mass wriggles at the center of the darkness. Ginormous mass? Sorry. That sound of insects taints the air, along with a rancid, unpleasant stench. Master of this basement is rotten and decayed, yet alive. And it is surrounded by otherworldly worms. The insect that crawl up from the feet suck on its ankles, and once the suckers reach the host's flesh and bone, they continue to slowly burrow into reach nerves. There are hundreds, nay, more than 200 wriggling bugs. Any creatures unlucky enough to be thrown onto this rivering carpet would die in moments. The insects would burrow in air and devour its insides, leaving its flesh and bone intact, but taking it over.
足りぬ。この虫どもも時期替え時か。
It's not enough. These bugs will need to be replaced soon. Yet its body does not break down. Rather, whenever the insects invade its body through the ankles, its body takes on one step closer to completion. It is not being devoured by the insects. The massive insects that live in the basements are the one being consumed, existing solely to be eaten by it. There should be enough here to last 100 years. That guarantees it at least that much time, as it consumes these insects to live.
まだ先はある。こたびが最後というわけでもない。万全でなければ静観に徹するべきなのだが。
Not enough time. This battle may not be the final one. I must observe in silence if the conditions are not optimal this time. It twists its mouth in disapproval. The situation is in no way optional. The battle is about to start once again, less than 10 years after the last. The priest who is tasked with overseeing the ritual possesses 2 servants. And the servant, rooted by the Ryodo Temple, has in turn summoned its own servant. These conditions are not promising. A complete grail simply will not be forged from such an unstable battle. The gates may open, but its contents will not be reachable.
ならば静観するべきなのだが、困ったことに持ち駒だけは適しておる。
And I shall confine myself to simply observe this one. Unfortunately, my pawns are at the optimal state right now. The conditions to fight over the Holy Grail are abysmal. However, the thing that was painstakingly created in its ideal form is in its ideal form. If released, it would surely reach it. As long as the proper steps are taken, the Holy Grail should be attainable. After all, contents of the Holy Grail have been implanted inside him. For 10 years, fragments of the Holy Grail have spread into and throughout their nerves. It is only natural for things originating from the same source be attracted to one another.
わしには次があるが、あれはそう長く持つまい。 対バンとしてもらい受けたものだが、よもやあれほどの出来になろうとはの。
And maybe even next time for me. But that thing isn't likely to last long. I may have I received it as a into vessel initially, but I never expected it to be as good as it turned out. The thing was an experiment, but now it has perfectly adapted to its purpose. It was supposed to be disposed of, but it ought to be used if it's proved useful. In either case, the plan is to dispose of it anyway. The thing is bound to be discarded, whether it loses its battle, destroyed, or disabled.
となると問題は一つ。
Which raises one issue.
あれをどうやってその気にさせてやるかだが。
How will I motivate it to do its job? For some reason, the compatible masterpiece refuses to fight. One approach would be taking over its mind, but it has put up a solid mental defense. Well, it is why I wanted a vessel that possesses strong magic circuits. It is only logical for something talented to be hardy in the face of poison trying to invade it. Then, shall the obedient doll of the outstanding pupil be chosen? If the latter, brainwashing would be out of the question.
一度でよい。わずかな隙間さえ開けば、あとは自ら聖杯を求めるのであろうが。さて。
Just once, as long as there is a small opening, it will surely seek the Holy Grail on its own. What to do? Creating a small opening is the difficult part. That thing is not weak, as to be broken by coercion. If it could break easily, it would have broken 11 years ago. It has erected quite the fortress to defend itself, but it simply has no blade with which to fight back. If it's to break, it must be from within. Its futile emotions should be the key to transforming it.
来たか。さて、では隙間を作ってやるとするか。
So you've come, and it's time to create an opening. Descending footsteps echo in the darkness. A person walks in towards the center of the decaying insects. The thing asks a predictable question. Do all masters have to be killed? Of course, there's no need to answer. All masters must die. All servants must be seized. That is the ethos, quivering within the basement. But that thought is pushed
お
aside.
前がそういうのであれば仕方あるまい。では今回も傍観に徹しよう。
If that is how you feel, then I have no choice. We shall resolve ourselves to simply observe once again. It utters. It emits a sigh of relief, and then the mood softens. After the thing indicates that it has no intention of fighting, we're gently smiling.
しかしそうなると少しばかり尺だの。今回のよりしろの中では、キャツの娘はなかなかによくできておる。勝者が出るとすれば、おそらくはあやつであろう。
That will lead to a rather unfortunate outcome. Of all the vessels created this time, the Tosaka girl has turned out to be quite formidable. If there is to be a winner, it will be likely her. It murmurs in a disappointed tone. The air feels slack once again. Faint disappointment flickers like an ember in the basement. The thing that has resisted fighting this entire time suddenly shows signs of reconsidering after hearing its single statement. Thing is wavering. A slight crack. The thing does not even notice, but now a slight unintended opening cracks the defense. It laughs. Swarmed by worms and still rotting, it still maintains its human shape as it laughs. That sick fucker, oh my god. Here you have the opening movie, which I have to talk over again. And well, this is going to be exciting. From the anime adaptation and out of the three routes that I've now watched in the anime adaptations and the two that I've already read in the original novel now, I think Heaven's Feel is going to be my favorite one. I can say so myself because, well, I've already an anime adaptation and I mean, just look at this. How can you not like Heaven's Feel more than the others? Heaven's Feel is crazy. Well, it's gonna take so long for YouTube to cut out the song again and you have only the visuals. I'm going to link the song in the video description. This is some spoily stuff you see there, but this trailer is awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna save the game. Thank you. So, we are now in the Heaven's Feel route. In a proper way of sense, because as you can see here, when we save Heaven's Feel, just gonna let you look at the next day. What the next title is? Avenger. Oh god. Anyway, here in the flowchart, it branches off. Yep. So, without further ado, it's been 4.5 hours, and I'm going to stop right here. I promise I wasn't going to do any videos above like 2 hours or something like that. I just wanted to push through the stuff that is always happening in any Fate route, really. And any of the routes with going to the church, the school, and summoning Saber, fight between Archer and Lancer, Saber and Lancer, then church, then the fight with Berserker, and then it branches off, you know? So, the next videos are going to be like 2 hours tops. And yeah. If you have watched the whole thing, thank you. I'm going to see you in the next episode. Until then, goodbye. It's been me, Shokimo. I'm going to sleep now. Bye bye.